ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 88, Garfield's Intentions. Otto, so, were you able to successfully seal the contract? After issuing his final challenge and concluding his talks with Roswell, Subaru left the building and took a short walk to join up with Otto. And now, they were in a corner of the cathedral, reporting their respective results to each other. Subaru answered Otto's question with a nod, and Subaru, yeah, it worked. I was worried he'd just sink into self-abandon and reject the bet outright, but I think the unfavorable conditions on my end got him through that. Otto, guess so. When you're presented with a bet that's so one-sidedly in your favor, plus when you have a blueprint telling you that you cannot lose, it'd be insane not to take it. Of course, I've also considered the possibility that Natsuki-san might go overboard with the presentation and end up without a contract. Subaru, even if you say that, without a contract. Wait, you've thought of that too? Otto, I did. Otto crossed his arms, nodding as if it were a matter of course. Actually, Otto had just managed to dupe Roswell, albeit temporarily. Subaru widened his eyes at the thought of it. Seeing Subaru like this, Otto gave a wry smile. Otto, merchants use written documents all the time when more than a few agreements need to be exchanged, but adept magic users are the ones who are really into contracts. And when the person is the foremost magic user in the country, chances are he'd take the bait. Subaru, by the way, there's no way he could have planted some secret conditions in there, right? Like, he says one thing but binds me with some other contract. Subaru would have no way of knowing if that was the case. The bet's outcome was supposed to decide the future of their faction, but if the contract actually says something like keep breathing and you'll die the next day Subaru wouldn't even know. While Subaru shuddered at his own imaginings, Otto waved his hands. Otto, it's designed so that that kind of trickery wouldn't be possible. Margrave Roswell must have said something when you two sealed the contract. Like, it'll be etched into your souls? It's only when both parties agree on the contents that the contract can be established. Unless there was some serious wordplay involved, there's no way it could be done. Subaru, you make it sound like there's an exception if you get tricked by a play on words. Otto, just between you and me, before all the legal codes were in place, when the whole world was still in a more turbulent age, those kinds of scams using contracts were rampant. If the other party's just some small-time scoundrel then it's not too bad, but if it's a powerful, malevolent mage who's got his eyes on you, the consequences are unimaginable. Otto shrank up his shoulders in fear, and Subaru also shriveled up his in agreement. In this sense, Roswell was a more or less passable contract partner. While he may be powerful, and certainly mean-spirited, he was more driven by his obsessions than by pure evil. It should be safe to say that he'd have no intention of abusing their contract and risked permanently falling out with Subaru. And even if Roswell did deceive Subaru this way, Subaru would just use the power of his ability to rewind to utterly annihilate him heart and mind until he relented. For both their sakes, it'd be best if nothing like that happened, so Subaru opted to keep a minimum level of trust between them. Subaru, anyway, that's what happened on my end. How did yours go? Otto, how indeed? I'm not really sure, to be honest. After all, it's pretty much a gamble in places, and we won't have many chances to get it right, either. Otto's expression wasn't too optimistic when referring to the task he was in charge of while Subaru was negotiating with Roswell. Like Otto said, the task that Subaru had given him was more likely to fail than succeed, and a great deal of gambling was involved. In return, if it did succeed, it would bring them much closer to victory. The problem is, Subaru wasn't sure just how many more chances he would get in the 5 days remaining. Subaru, guess we'll just have to wait and see. We better go over what we'll need to do in the limited time we have for now. Otto, the most urgent business is Amelia Summer and Garfield. Specifically, I can't offer any help in getting Amelia Summer to beat the trials. So that one'll have to fall on Natsuki-san. Subaru, yeah, you're right, I'll have to respect Amelia's resolve to do it herself, and now that I've lost my qualifications, I can't do it for her anymore. Still, Even if Emilia kept challenging the trials as she had been, the chances of her clearing it by the 5th day looked dim. Emilia's heart should be kept from breaking as long as Subaru doesn't leave the sanctuary, but that wouldn't prevent it being worn down from repeatedly failing the trials.
She needs to change somehow, and that too would have to fall on Subaru.
Subaru, it's about time we honestly faced each other. Otto.
Subaru, I've tried to put it off in all sorts of ways.
I think I've been running away because I didn't want to ask her, only to realize that there's something irreconcilable between us.
And I was hoping Emilia wouldn't have to tell me, since she must also be wishing that I'd never ask her.
Otto, I believe it's important that you tell each other what's in your hearts. If I only knew the silly Natsuki-san you wanted me to see, I'd never have known what'd be coming in 5 days' time. As Otto said this, consoling Subaru in his self-reflection, Subaru scratched his cheek in silent gratitude. He was glad that Otto was thoughtful enough not to scold him for ignoring the issue for so long. Otto, or actually, if you've never made it clear to each other, what's with all this talk about liking and loving anyway?
Stop pretending to be all pure and innocent already. Subaru, why you?
As they were both feeling embarrassed at that point, Otto quickly threw in a jape that made Subaru's lips twinge. But, being hit right on the mark, there was nothing he could say. It was precisely because of Subaru's good-for-nothing character that all those situations were left where they were when they were just one step away from resolution.
But that has gone on long enough, and it was time to stop running.
Subaru, I'll be going in blind, but I'll try to come clean with Emilia one way or another.
I don't want this to fail because I didn't do something when I could have.
Otto, well, I'll trust in your judgment, Natsuki-san. After all, I really don't want to be here on the 5th day when the Great Rabbit comes. Otto looked as if he wanted to say something else in response to Subaru's words, but he only swallowed it back and looked away. Then, now, there's the other topic, he changed the subject. Otto, what do you plan to do with Garfield? Subaru, the hint is, he's afraid of the outside world.
It must have had something to do with what he saw in his past when he took the trial in the tomb. If we could just know the details.
Otto, asking him directly is out of the question. He's not the kind of temperate person who'd let just people pick his old emotional wounds. Subaru, and if he gets pissed off and smacks us, you and me'll get our neckbones one-shotted.
I'm becoming increasingly worried about our team combat-wise.
Never mind the totally incompetent Subaru, Otto is basically just a peddler who's been in some rough situations. They aren't martial artists, not by a long shot, and if there was a ranking of everyone in the sanctuary by combatability, you'd probably find them faster if you started looking from the bottom. Subaru, now that I think about it, we really need someone to fill that pure damage dealer position. There's Roswell, Emilia, Ram, and I guess Frederica too.
It's a bit of a problem for our faction that that's all the combatants we got. So we'll definitely need Garfield in our ranks.
He didn't include Rem, because bringing her out of her present condition would be the outcome of that battle. Besides, even though he knew it was his own selfishness, Subaru would never want that girl whom he swore to retrieve to ever stand on a battlefield again. Subaru, we'll coax Garfield into joining us with eloquence and finesse.
And to do that, we'll have to clear away that trauma of his. As for the missing pieces.
Otto, the missing pieces? Subaru, since we can't ask the person himself, we'll have to pull it from somewhere else. Lewis-san or Ram?
Both feel like they'll be tight-lipped about it. Which side would they take, now that Subaru was going head-to-head with Roswell? It's worth a try, even if only to confirm that.
Guzzling down his breakfast and giving his butt a few pats as he stood up, Subaru clicked the bones of his neck.
Subaru, right then, time to get started.
I'll go try Lewis-san for now, and Otto, I'll get on with my end as well.
I'll pass the word to the others, though I'd prefer if we could get through this without having to use it.
Subaru, I don't want to think about it, either. I don't, but
I get the feeling that the chances are 70–80% that we'll end up relying on it.
Otto, that's pretty high.
Though I can't deny it.
They glanced at each other with a sigh, and Subaru shook his head to pull himself together. Then, Facing the still deflated-looking Otto, Subaru held up his hand. Subaru, anyway, all that's left is to do it. Once all of this is beautifully brought to an end, we'll drink a grand toast to celebrate. Saying this, Subaru stretched out his palm as if to show it to Otto. For a moment, Otto seemed to have difficulty understanding, but, apparently catching on to Subaru's meaning, he held up his palm as well. Otto, right, for the sake of my dazzling future as well, let's give it our best shot. Subaru, you said it. Sharing a mischievous smile, their palms struck together. The crisp sound resonated through the airy cathedral, and, amid the gazes of the surprised villagers, Subaru and Otto turned, with each to the other's back, and began to walk. Subaru, Lewis-san, are you home, Tilda?
I wanna talk to you for a bit.
Bounding over the uneven ground, through the acrid stench of the room, thinking how he should have gotten used to that smell by now, Subaru saw beyond the scraps and rubble the gleam of the pale blue crystal. As ever, inside the crystal was a naked girl in weightless slumber. Brushing his palm against the crystal's surface, and once again disappointed by the lack of anything happening, Subaru looked around the room. The faint blue glow of the crystal was the only light source in the darkness of the chamber.
For a place reeking with stench, there were no rats or insects in sight. Thinking about it soberly and realizing that it must be because this place was ridiculously unhealthy, Subaru was finally starting to have some concerns about his bodily condition.
Subaru, if not even bugs or rats wanna live here, the air pollution's probably off the charts, huh?
You can put away those queer worries of yours. It's only the witch's vestiges looming over this place. The animals instinctively sense it and keep away from here. While Subaru hugged his shoulders, shuddering, a voice came from behind him, dismissing his worries.
It was a familiar voice, spoken in a young pitch and an elderly tone. Turning around, Subaru caught sight of Lewis, walking over with her long hair trailing behind her. Stopping at Subaru's side in front of the crystal at the center of the room, she looked up with eyes that were the same color as her hair. Lewis, now, Subo.
The fact that you're here means you already know what I am?
Subaru, I got an explanation directly from the manager of this place. Also mentioned something about taking turns being the representative.
Pretty sure I got the gist of it. Lewis, is that so? So that's why Rosbo was looking strange this morning. Rosbo must have failed again.
Lowering her eyes, a pained expression rose on Lewis' face.
Those words made Subaru raise his brows.
Subaru, incidentally and unexpectedly, feels like I've just heard a part of what I came here to ask. So Lewis-san, do you happen to know about Roswell's plans?
Lewis, only in part, I'm afraid. Unless one's familiar to a certain extent with where he's coming from, there's no way anyone could understand why Rosbo does these baffling things. Then again, that's also why Garbo's angry with him.
Subaru, apart.
How much? Lewis, Subo? His voice dropping in pitch, Subaru took a step towards Lewis.
Perhaps sensing the change in Subaru's voice, a look of surprise flashed across Lewis' eyes. Subaru bent his knees, bringing his gaze level with Lewis, and Subaru, tell me, Lewis-san.
How much of Roswell's plans have you heard?
Depending on the answer, I.
Lewis, Subo.
If Lewis knew Roswell's plan, to secure the progression of the world as described by the Gospel, ordering Elsa's attack on the mansion, inviting the Great Rabbit to a sanctuary enclosed by snow, murdering everyone involved, and isolating Subaru to make him forfeit his heart. If she knew all of it, did nothing to stop it, and was complicit, then. Subaru, I don't want to despise you, Lewis-san.
So please, tell me. How much do you know? How much have you been helping Roswell?
Lewis, what I know is that Rosbo has a gospel that he's received from the witch, and he's trying to rewrite history in accordance to its contents. The sanctuary's continued existence, too, was written in the gospel.
Were it not for that, I would have stopped protecting him a long time ago.
Subaru, is that all?
Lewis, that is all. I swear on my words. The contract with which I am born forbids me from ever telling a lie.
Without taking her gaze off of Subaru, a sincere expression appeared on Louis' youthful face. Since her contract forbade her to lie, Subaru chose to believe her. His rigid shoulders instantly lost their tension as Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Subaru, I see, thank God. If I found out that even you were on board with Roswell's monstrous designs, I might have come back to punch you after all this is over.
Punching a lowly-looking Louis-san. Just picturing it is horrid.
Louis, I honestly felt sorry for worrying you. But after what you said just now, I'm not feeling all that sorry anymore. Hoping to clear the oppressive atmosphere, Louis went along with Subaru's quip. Then, she placed her hand to her chin, and continued with, so.
Louis, by the sound of it just now, this isn't a frivolous matter, I take it?
Subo, what kind of a squabble did you and Rosbo get into? Subaru, leaving aside whether it's cute enough to be called a squabble.
Right now, we're in the middle of a contest.
I can objectively say that if I win, we'll get the big happy finale, so I kinda want Louis' help with that. Louis, judging from the flow of the conversation, this is something about the sanctuary. Subo and Rosbo, so what are you each thinking?
Until I know that first, I can't just carelessly accept. Subaru, well yeah. Right, how to explain?
Tilting his head, Subaru deliberated over just how much information to give her. He had been completely open with Otto, and it didn't seem like Louis was entirely biased towards Roswell. In fact, her position seemed to be the only reason she was being cordial with Roswell.
With that in mind, after thinking over the matter carefully, Subaru, simply put, it's about what to do with the sanctuary after the barrier is gone. Louis, what to do after it's gone?
Subaru, I heard snippets from Garfield too, so the opinion is pretty split in the sanctuary, right?
Those who want to go out, and those who don't. Basically, those in support were the majority, and those in opposition the minority.
But there were extremists in the opposition who would sabotage Subaru and Emilia's attempts to pass the trials and liberate the sanctuary. Having spent over 20 days in the sanctuary, Subaru figured that the vanguard of that opposition would be Garfield. As such, Louis would be the head of those in support. But just what would she have to say about this difference of opinions?
And just when Subaru was considering how best to continue. Louis, a split in opinions. No, there shouldn't be anything like that.
Subaru, huh? Louis, after this place is liberated, whether to leave or to stay on this land would be up to the individual.
Most of us would want to follow Rosbo and leave.
And those who stay would stay because they wish to bury their bones in this land.
So where is the difference in opinions? Subaru, no, but.
The shock of hearing Louis' unexpected reply sent Subaru's head reeling. The contention between the support and opposition, the supposed antagonism resulting from differing stances regarding the sanctuary's liberation, Subaru had been planning to use this as a jumping-off point to redirect the conversation into how to secure Garfield as an ally.
Subaru, but, if there never was any contention.
Louis, Subaru, you mean he just made all that stuff up?
He was the one warning us to be wary of the opposition, but.
Was it just so we wouldn't find it strange if we got sabotaged afterwards? If so, that's a level of thought that isn't like him at all, Subaru thought. To divert attention from himself, Garfield had been warning of potential obstructions in advance, thus removing himself from the list of suspects. As a result, it was only after going through multiple loops in the sanctuary that Subaru realized that that obstruction was the rampaging Garfield himself, and that the warning was utterly meaningless. Subaru, why would he go through all these hoops if he really wanted to stop the sanctuary's liberation? Louis, you're talking about Garbo? Listening to Subaru's mutters, Louis seemed to have guessed who he was talking about. Little by little, she lowered her eyes as a darkness fell over her expression. Louis, the fact that that child doesn't want to go outside is because of our own cowardice. Subaru, cowardice.
What do you mean? Louis, just what the word means. We have lived here ever since our birth. And so we know nothing of the world outside. We don't know, and so we are afraid. It must torment Garbo terribly.
Subaru, ..
Subaru could understand what Lewis was talking about.
For the residents of the sanctuary, born into this narrow, closed-off place, the connection to the rest of the world after the barrier falls away would be something utterly unknown and new. Having lived for so long on this land, they must be feeling more anxiety than hope to face that something new.
The prospect of the collapse of one's mundane, unchanging, everyday life just has that sort of influence over people.
Subaru, Garfield doesn't want the sanctuary to be liberated because he doesn't want to see people hurt by the upheaval of their circumstances.
It doesn't fit his character at all. But
if that was really why Garfield so desperately tried to prevent the sanctuary's liberation, it'd be the exact same thought process as Subaru's desire to distance Emilia from hardship. Garfield was shutting his ears to the opinions of Lewis and the other residents, and proceeding with his own stubborn way of protecting them. In that case, if, like Subaru, he could have a proper conversation with Lewis and the other residents, maybe this problem would be solved. Subaru, no, it's not that simple. Subaru and Garfield were alike in how they pursued what they seek, but their positions were different.
Subaru was failing to get what he wanted because he was weak. But that was not the case with Garfield. Garfield had the strength to prevent the sanctuary from being liberated.
Kill Subaru and Emilia, thus eliminating anyone who could challenge the trials, and his wish would be fulfilled. The problem is, even if he did this and shut himself in the sanctuary, there would still be no escape from the approaching Great Rabbit. But that fact was unknown to Garfield, and was something he'd be unlikely to believe even if Subaru told him.
The situation would be quite different from when he was explaining it to Otto.
Subaru, if we're just looking for grounds for compromise, this still isn't it.
But it's strange. Lewis, Subaru, why?
Didn't he choose the most efficient method for stopping the sanctuary's liberation at the outset and just kill me and Emilia? If he truly didn't care about appearances and was wholeheartedly pursuing a single goal like Roswell, Garfield could have taken Subaru and Emilia's lives immediately. But he had never once attempted to directly harm Emilia. And even the times he did attack Subaru, he only did so after Subaru had taken some drastic action. Subaru still couldn't clearly identify what Garfield's trigger for killing him was. There was no doubt that killing Subaru was to prevent the sanctuary's liberation, but the reason behind it remains unclear. Subaru, there has to be a trigger, but, thinking back on those times Garfield attacked me, was there really anything they had in common? The times Garfield attacked Subaru were when Subaru flew into a rage at Roswell and when he tried to escape the sanctuary with the villagers. Ultimately, that's all. Objectively looking at the scene with Roswell, it was quite normal to have judged Subaru to be in the wrong for pouncing on an injured person. So there was nothing suspicious there.
The problem was the second time, when he tried to murder a Subaru he had already failed to kill.
Transforming into a giant tiger to kill Subaru, Garfield set his fangs and claws upon Ram, the Alam villagers, and Patrash who tried to stand in his way. Though Subaru didn't die in the end, passing through the scene of the massacre, the hatred he felt towards Garfield then still hasn't vanished even now. But how much of a decision must Garfield have made before staining his hands with such atrocities?
There must have been something that had triggered it.
Looking back on it now, it doesn't seem as though the trigger came from Subaru's end. In other words, the impetus for the massacre wasn't something from Subaru, but Garfield's end.
Subaru, Lewis-san. Garfield may seem rough and reckless, but he's not a guy easily moved to violence. Would that be a safe assessment? Lewis, he is a kind boy at heart.
He puts up a hard shell and barks before anything else to protect those around him. The strength he holds within himself is also for that purpose. Subaru, right, in that case.
There's only one answer. Lewis, Vash? Subaru rubbed his nose and turned to face Lewis, who was tilting her head.
Then, putting his hand on the crystal at his side and feeling its chill on his palm. Subaru, someone's been feeding Garfield these ideas.
Whoever it is, their actions are what's triggering Garfield's sudden bouts of violence.
If all those uncharacteristic acts from Garfield were done on someone else's instructions, then it would all make sense.
and the most likely candidates for Garfield's collaborator would be
Subaru, Roswell, Ram, Lewis-san, or some yet unseen malevolence.
Someone from that list was inciting Garfield to violence. He must find them out. And only once he has found them, can he have a real conversation with Garfield.
Subaru, just for reference, Lewis-san, can I ask you something? Lewis, HN, what is it? Subaru, do you happen to know the contents of the trial Garfield took in the tomb? Lewis, no, I don't. I'm sorry, but that is not within my knowledge.
Lewis shook her head. Since she is forbidden to tell lies, what she said must be true. Receiving this answer, right, Subaru nodded. Subaru, then let me change the question.
Does another Lewis-san know the contents of the trial Garfield took in the tomb? Lewis, Subaru, this time you're silent, which can only mean yes.
Announcing this to the silent Lewis, Subaru slightly lifted his face.
Of the Lewis-Meyer replicants, there were several Lewises acting as the representative of the sanctuary. This system where the Lewises took turns to assume that role from day to day created the problem where the individuals did not necessarily share all of the memories and experiences.
4 replicants play the role of the representative Lewis.
If we labeled them A, B, C and D for the sake of distinction, naturally, not all of A's experiences and memories of her activities during the day would be transmitted to B, C and D. On the day in question, where Garfield challenged the trial, failed, and was dragged out, the Lewis who saved Garfield then is not the same Lewis standing before Subaru now. Subaru, so the Lewis-san who knows about the trial, when will she show up next? Lewis, Subaru, the Lewis-san who spoke to me yesterday said she had taken the trial. Since as a rule you guys cannot lie, what she said must be true.
And if the rotation happens daily, then she'll show up in 3 days? Since he was strapped for time, he would really rather it wasn't on the last possible date.
At Subaru's almost pleading question, Lewis' closed lips softened, as she let slip a sigh. Lewis, no, the me who brought Garbo out of the tomb will show up in 2 days.
The me's who went in, and the me's who had not on a 2x2 rotation. She said, with a somewhat exhausted expression on her face.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 89, Memories of Snow.
After concluding his secret talk with Lewis, Subaru walked through the forest alone.
He told her that he needed to think and left her behind with the crystal.
To be standing there before a girl with the same face as her own, her original, no less.
How pensive a thing.
While Subaru's interest in all this was inexhaustible, he wasn't sure how far he wanted to delve into this topic. But, in any case, the Lewis he just spoke to was on his side.
Of those 4 Lewis replicants, judging by Lewis' words, 2 of them had been inside the tomb. That is to say, 2 Lewises had taken the trial. As such, Subaru suspected that the one filling Garfield with these ideas would be one of those 2 Lewises who had taken the trial.
Seeing how there were 4 of them, it's possible that not all of their opinions were uniform. Subaru's assumption that, since they all played the same character, all 4 of them must be the same person, had backfired. While those 4 were indeed playing the same person, they were each individual existences with their own thoughts and ideals. And so, it wouldn't be too strange if one Lewis had experienced something the others hadn't that caused her thinking to diverge from the rest's. For convenience's sake, Subaru decided to label the 4 Lewises Alpha, Beta, Theta, and Sigma. Lewis's Alpha and Beta do not know about the trial, while Lewis's Theta and Sigma do. What he actually wanted to do was the German Eins, Zwei, Drei, but he couldn't remember the 4th one, so that had to be scrapped.
Anyway.
Subaru, problem is, meeting with Theta and Sigma will be at least 2 days from now. The timing of the Great Rabbit's attack on the sanctuary, or, strictly speaking, the large-scale magic spawning the Great Snowstorm that will lure the Great Rabbit here, will be 5 days from now. Assuming he probably couldn't come up with a counterplan immediately after talking with those Lewises, the remaining 3 days will offer very little leeway. In the end, Garfield would massacre every last villager if it meant preventing the sanctuary's liberation. If they were the ones who convinced him to do this, Lewis's theta and sigma will not be easily swayed.
Considering the prospects of persuading them, the road ahead was indeed looking dark.
Subaru, but in exchange for the mounting obstacles, there's now an opening for dealing with Garfield, huh?
If I can just persuade the two interfering Lewises, then the problem's solved.
If theta and sigma were the ones inciting Garfield to violence, persuading them would be the equivalent of clearing the Garfield route. Since Subaru could see no way of working things out with Garfield directly, this was certainly a glimmer of hope, albeit a fragile and feeble one. Right now, Garfield's power was not limited to himself but extended to the 20-odd non-representative Lewises, that is, the empty copies without wills of their own. Without regard for their own individual lives, each copy was an almost mechanical fighting force, and there was not much Subaru could do should Garfield choose to use them. Whichever way you look at it, Subaru's situation was beyond unforgiving. But leaving sentimentalities aside, Subaru would rather avoid coming into conflict with Garfield.
It was all too clear that neutralizing Garfield with force would be impossible.
If Subaru really had to take on Garfield, spurred on by theta and sigma and with those girls at his command, Subaru's already slim chances would just drop even lower. Subaru, after the flashy way I sealed that contract with Roswell, I can't fail. Not planning to, either.
Never mind whether the insurance'll work or not, I still need to put my foot down when I have to.
Subaru tightened his cheeks just as they were beginning to falter, and shook his head, reminding himself.
Then, looking straight ahead once more.
Subaru, either way, I'll have to wing it when dealing with theta and sigma. Could also try taking a shot with Garfield and feel him out early, but maybe later. Coming out of the forest, Subaru returned to the center of the sanctuary. The sun had completely risen, and the residents and the Alam villagers had begun setting about their daily activities around the settlement. Giving them glances as he passed, answering the occasional hellos with waves of his hand, Subaru's legs carried him straight towards a place separated from the bustle.
To a place a little further away from the cathedral and the village center.
The place where Amelia was sleeping.
Whenever she closed her eyes, the memories would come back vivid, even now. White. A world of white.
In that landscape coated in silver, the young Amelia walked alone.
You mustn't remember this.
A soundless voice cried, but young Amelia, walking with her head downcast, did not hear. Anxiously looking about her, only to be disappointed by the betrayal of her hopes, she went on dragging her feet through the snow.
Go back.
Please. Don't do anything more. Young Amelia exhaled a white breath and gazed curiously at the mist expelled from her mouth.
Over and over, she went on huffing. Her only clothing were undergarments crafted from thin cloth and a cloak-like garment that covered the whole of her body. It wasn't an outfit one would wear with traversing this frigid world in mind, but there was nothing to be done.
After all, this was the first time Amelia had experienced a landscape this cold, or had ever seen snow. The world she knew was a verdant forest abound in warmth and light, one that bore no resemblance to this world buried under ice and snow.
This also familiar place had taken on an unfamiliar face.
And this mystified the young Amelia, such that she was even neglecting to react in the way she intrinsically should have.
No. Don't go any further. Go back. If you don't, you'll.
Tearing her throat pleading, destroying it, spitting blood, yet the young Amelia's legs did not stop.
The voice would not reach her as the girl's legs heartlessly carried her forward.
Her gait as she traversed barefoot over the unknown snowscape was pitiful.
Having lost all sensation of coldness or pain, her feet, cut by stones and branches hidden under the snow, marked her tracks with droplets of blood. Yet earnestly pressing on, forgetting her pain, and hiding her terror of this unfamiliar world, for what purpose was she pushing forward alone? Stop, please. I don't want to watch anymore.
Please.
Her pleas would reach no one, her wish would go unfulfilled. Her hopes would be utterly shot down. Though she already knew this fact, even in this world of dreams must this cruel fact be thrust upon her. By showing her her past self, and her greatest mistake, no less.
Amelia, HK. Young Amelia's amethyst eyes, as if sighting hope beyond the haze of the obscuring snow, sparkled. Her eyes had landed on, as far as young Amelia knew, the trunk of the tallest tree in the world. The great tree they called the Tree of Prayers was the sacred channel through which they poured their prayers to the divine and unknown.
An existence treasured and revered by all who lived in the village.
Young Amelia, too, obstinately believed that by touching the great tree's trunk she could feel its tremendous blessing upon her skin. How reassuring it must have been in that moment to see that great tree in all its grandeur exactly where it should be. How much of a salvation it must have been to see, amidst that familiar setting transformed into this strange and alien world, that great tree persevering as a token of her everyday life. Huffing breath after white breath, Amelia clumsily rushed over to the great tree. The piling snow buried young Amelia to her knees, so although the tree wasn't far away, the girl tumbled time after time, leaving imprints of herself upon pure white snow. And, after falling face first multiple times, with her nose red from the cold of the snow, Amelia reached the base of the tree.
Her tensed expression slightly relaxed with relief.
Although, since her muscles had grown rigid in the cold, all it amounted to was a twitch. Amelia, .. Then, as she reached her hand towards one of the roots of the tree, young Amelia seemed to have noticed something. Sliding her hand along the root, with frozen fingers she began digging at its snow-buried tip.
Stop. She dug, and dug.
With singular purpose, spurred by burning impatience, young Amelia dug through the snow.
Stop.
Stop, 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 stop.
Not wanting to watch. Not wanting to remember.
Wishing she could look away, shut her eyes, block her ears, and scream to tear this world asunder, but her non-existent face, non-existent eyes, and non-existent ears could not be dissuaded. Young Amelia's fingertips touched something. Slowly, with her own hands, the girl peeled away the last patch of snow. Stop it?
You are truly beyond saving.
Amelia, ..
The proof of your sin. The proof of your corruption.
Be cursed, be cursed, be cursed, and at the end of your suffering. Amelia, ..
Just die. Daughter of the witch.
Amelia? Amelia? Oi, are you all right? Amelia,
Suba.
Rue? Woken by someone shaking her shoulders calling to her, Amelia opened her eyes and muttered Subaru's name. She shook her head to recover her hazy consciousness, but... Amelia, Subaru, why?
Are you here? Subaru, do I need a reason to be?
If it's Amelia Tan's face, I can keep staring for a whole day without getting bored. Amelia, not that, I mean. Perhaps because her consciousness hadn't fully cleared, Amelia's response was still somewhat unsettled. To wipe away her anxiety, Subaru patted his knees as he stood up with a smile. Subaru, can't have you letting down your guard around me. I'm really happy you trust me, but I'm still a guy with a ravenous wolf hiding under this cloak of rationality. I'd like you to be a little more mindful of the kind of person I am, Amelia Tan. Amelia? I didn't forget about you, Subaru. I said something strange while I was waking up, that's all. But, dozing off without even realizing it. Although it didn't sound like she understood what Subaru was telling her, Amelia's voice as she replied indicated that she was more or less properly awake.
Having confirmed this, Subaru gave the troubled-looking Amelia a nod.
Subaru, I get that the exhaustion's piling up, but if you're gonna sleep it's better to sleep on the bed. If you keep sleeping on the floor like this it's gonna give me a heart attack every time I come in here. Amelia, I'm sorry. I made you worry, didn't I? Subaru, and I just renewed my resolve too, but seeing this and thinking some new event activated and everything's ruined had me seriously in a panic, you know.
You can even say that seeing your sleeping face today was even more emotional than usual.
In fact, the shock that struck Subaru when he walked into the room and saw Amelia was beyond description. Getting no response when he knocked and thinking maybe she had gone out, he entered the room to find Amelia lying there in front of the bed with her silver hair sprawled across the floor. Surely, No one could blame Subaru for falling into instant despair at that blood-curdling sight. That said, the warmth of her body when he held her up and the unmistakable rhythm of her breathing and pulse quickly dispelled those worries.
However, Subaru, if that was all of it, I would rather have let you keep sleeping, but you looked like you were having a really bad nightmare. Was it wrong of me to have woken you up? Asleep in his arms, Emilia's brows were covered in sweat while her face and body twisted in agony.
Subaru had personal experience of this himself, and he knew that there is no way to escape from a truly terrifying nightmare.
The only way to be swiftly released from the pain was to be called from outside the dream.
To Subaru, who did exactly this, no, Emilia shook her head. Emilia, I'm really glad you woke me.
I was having a really terrible dream. So, thank you.
Subaru, a terrible dream, haunting Emilia Tan. I kinda wanna ask what it's about, but
I can tell it's not something that'll be pleasant to talk about.
Emilia, Seeing the wry smile following her silence, Subaru pondered over the cause of Emilia's nightmare.
Most likely, it was the result of the negative circumstances piling around her. He wasn't sure what specific images she saw, but
Subaru, all right, I won't force you to tell me. Seeing Emilia look away as if trying to avoid the topic, Subaru figured it was probably the vivid kind of nightmare. If it were vague, it'd be easy to talk about. But the fact that she couldn't showed that it must have been something lifelike and real. This interaction with Emilia was getting off to a bad start, and it wouldn't make it any easier to carry on the conversation to come. With a troubled expression, Subaru scratched the tip of his nose, deliberating over how to broach the topic, when Emilia looked up. Emilia, so what is it, Subaru? You couldn't possibly have come here just to look at my face for no reason, right? Subaru, couldn't possibly, I don't think it's that implausible of a thing for me to do. Emilia, no, you wouldn't. I mean, you're always busy running around trying your hardest.
You can't use up your time like that just on me.
Subaru, Emilia Tan, just how diligent a guy do you think I am? You do know that I'm such a slacker that I'd wholeheartedly support the establishment of a slacking appreciation day, right? No exaggeration and no joke, Subaru was well aware of his nature as a hopeless layabout. When you see a person with no role or purpose in an endless descent into depravity, you'd call that person Natsuki Subaru, and that was why he never slacked on his daily workouts and pointless skills/hobbies training back in the old world.
Because he knew he'd become an utterly hopeless human being the moment he did.
You don't really call someone who puts in persistent effort, even without any goal, a slacker. But Subaru didn't seem to realize that rather obvious fact. Perhaps wanting to say something about Subaru's overly critical appraisal of himself, Emilia's gaze warmed as she heard his reply. Seeing this, Subaru furrowed his brows, but Emilia didn't remark on it in the end. Emilia, it's fine.
Anyway, tell me why you're here already. Hurry up. Subaru, what's with the cuteness all of a sudden? But, right.
I was thinking maybe we could go outside for a walk to lighten up the mood a bit. Emilia, Subaru, though, that wouldn't really lighten it up, would it? Seeing Emilia fall silent, Subaru realized he misspoke and scratched his head. It was obvious from the fact that Emilia's residence was placed apart from the village center that she wasn't well received in the sanctuary.
Being fellow outcasts of their respective races, there really should be a sense of fellowship between them, but it would seem that half-elves was a special case.
For the refugees from Arlam, too, their safe escape from the witch cult did not directly improve their opinions of Emilia. Emilia's treatment in the sanctuary was no different from her treatment in the capital, like that of a tumor. She acted strong when she was with Subaru, but that didn't mean it was easy for her. And just how did she deal with all those gazes when she was alone? Being that the situation still hadn't improved, bringing Emilia outside would only place an unnecessary burden on her. Subaru, it's because of stuff like this that I. Aggravated at his own thoughtlessness, Subaru punched himself in the forehead. Feeling the pain flood over from his knuckles to his skull, Subaru turned to face Emilia, who had widened her eyes at his inexplicable act. Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, Seeing the change in Subaru's expression, Emilia sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. She corrected her posture, and, with a calm emotion in her amethyst eyes, she looked back at Subaru. Her expression told Subaru that it'd be pointless to broach the topic in a roundabout manner.
But just how should he say it?
He puzzled over his opening line for only an instant, and,
Subaru, do you
feel like talking with me about what you saw in the trial? Subaru could plainly see the horror and anguish washing over her tearing, amethyst eyes. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 90, I'm sorry.
Though he was supposed to have confirmed his resolve, the moment Subaru saw the waves of emotion in her tearing eyes, he felt himself struck with regret. Asking her that question was no different from ripping open the scars inside Emilia's heart, clawing at her unhealed wounds while using concern as his justification. The pain of this realization was no less than the pain he must have made her feel.
Subaru, the Tombs trial shows you the past. That's what everyone told me.
Emilia-HK.
But, in search of what lay beyond that pain, Subaru treaded even deeper.
Biting down on her lips, a tremor flashed across Emilia's expression, but her trembling pupils did not look away from Subaru.
For now, he decided it'd be best to avoid mentioning that he had taken the trial.
He wasn't going to make the sort of frivolous comment like if I can beat it, you can beat it too, especially not now that his qualifications had been revoked.
Besides, even if he did, she might very well mistake it for a comforting lie.
If that's how it's going to turn out, then he might as well just tell Emilia his honest feelings. Subaru, I'm guessing that's why you came back like this. You're agonizing and hurting, yet you keep it all to yourself, and
you're going to challenge the trial again tonight, aren't you?
Emilia, Through those 4 repeating worlds, Emilia had never conveyed the details of her trial to Subaru. This was partly because Subaru had been practically ignoring her right to challenge the trials by deciding that she didn't need to be the one to clear them, but also because Emilia never had a chance to talk about it with Subaru. The former had been resolved by the fact that Emilia was now the only one who could challenge the trials, and ideally, the latter was in the process of being resolved this very moment. Hearing this, Emilia's cheeks stiffened as she cast down her gaze. But before her eyes and their long lashes completely left him, Subaru continued. Subaru, but, still. Emilia, Subaru, the crushing burden you're carrying, won't you share some of it with me? If your past is something you're afraid to look back on, how about letting me stand by your side as you meet it? The downward tilt of her head halted as she timidly looked up at Subaru once more.
He mustn't let her see the weak, indecisive self that he was.
And so, with entirely unwarranted abounding confidence, Subaru puffed out his chest as he accepted Emilia's gaze. After all, bluffing and baseless self-confidence were precisely Subaru's specialties. Subaru, come to think of it, I barely know anything about you, Emilia.
I like you. And part of it's because I really like the way you look, but in the time we spent together, everything that I've seen of what you're like on the inside has made me fall unbearably in love with you.
Emilia, Subaru, and that's why I can say with my head held high that I like you just the way you are now. But, as for what you went through, how you felt, and what you thought before you became the person you are now,
I don't know a thing about that. Because I didn't feel I needed to know.
Because the present and future are more important than the past. But. Emilia, but. Subaru, now, you're in a situation where you need to look back on your past, and if you're saying you're afraid to face it alone, will you give me permission to stand beside you so we can face what must be faced together? His permission to suffer Emilia's hardships for her had already been revoked. So now, Subaru was asking for the permission to support Emilia from her side, and give her his shoulder to lean on when she is exhausted and close to collapse. It might only amount to a superficial consolation, but surely, there will be a time when that consolation means all the difference. Emilia, Subaru waited intently for Emilia's reply.
The wavering of her eyes spoke volumes of the intense conflict inside her. Hesitation and indecision, guilt and self-loathing.
The various emotions raged inside Emilia's slender body in a voracious frenzy. Until finally, Emilia quietly muttered, "Emilia, just by being here. You're already helping me just by being here for me.
And so, to trouble you any further would."
"Subaru, being troubled by Emilia isn't trouble for me at all.
It makes me happy to be able to do something for you. And when you're in trouble and want someone to offer you a hand, I want to be the first person to reach out and help you."
"Emilia, Subaru proclaimed once more as Emilia weakly tried to dismiss his proposal. As long as Emilia doesn't refuse him outright, Subaru had no intention of withdrawing.
He was well aware that he was treading on a topic she didn't want to talk about, and no amount of half-hearted refusals was going to dissuade him.
It wasn't with such flimsy resolve that Subaru had forced that contract upon Roswell. Still conflicted, Emilia firmly closed her eyes and drooped her head. "Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, Emilia, Subaru, do you really believe?" The words that were supposed to follow did not leave Emilia's lips.
Her nobility would not allow her to give voice to those cowardly words.
She could not do something so disgraceful as to doubt the person appealing to her with sincerity. If she did, she'd be making the same mistake as when Subaru tried to impose his selfishness upon her.
Even when cornered, Emilia's spirit did not lose its dignity.
And so, Subaru did not pursue the matter further while Emilia slumped her shoulders, regretting those words. "Emilia, ask me what you want to know, Subaru."
"Subaru."
"Emilia, if I'm the one explaining it, it'll just turn into an incoherent mess.
So, it'll be better if you ask the questions."
"Subaru, is that all right?" "Emilia,
I'll just think of it as another one of my trials,"
Emilia said resignedly, her smile fleeting, and for a moment, Subaru was left at a loss for words.
Then, shaking his head to compose himself, Subaru pointed at the bed, suggesting a change of location.
"Subaru, anyway, this might be a long conversation, so how about we sit down?" "Emilia, yeah, you're right." Correcting her posture, Emilia seated herself on the bed. Subaru pulled over a chair, and sat down facing Emilia. Smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothes, Emilia waited for Subaru to speak. Having reached that crucial juncture, Subaru hesitated for only a few seconds on what to ask first, before coming up with the words. "Subaru, what kind of past did you see in the trial, Emilia?"
"Going by what I heard from someone who knows. It's something like the memories of your regrets?"
Subaru asked, carefully choosing his words so that she wouldn't notice that he had taken it.
"The first trial was facing your past."
But that doesn't mean the past that Subaru saw was a past that actually happened. What it was a fresh theatrical production based on his guilt and regrets towards his family and his original world. So then, just what was the trial like for Emilia? Listening to Subaru's question, Emilia remoistened her parched lips, and "Emilia, the
past that I saw was probably a memory from before I went to sleep."
Subaru,
before you went to sleep?
Emilia, yes, before I went to sleep. The memory is vague, and not very clear, but
in it, I was still small, so that's only to be expected.
Emilia closed her eyes as she searched through her memories, while Subaru seemed to be confused by her explanation.
He could understand what she meant by "I was still small."
Most likely, the trial was showing her past from when she was young. But, before I went to sleep was the part Subaru couldn't understand.
"Subaru, hold on. What do you mean before you went to sleep? It's not like when you go to bed at night, right?"
Emilia,
no, it's not. Before I went to sleep was before I fell asleep inside the ice in a great tree in the forest.
That was really, really long ago. Subaru, inside the ice, what's that supposed to mean? With no context being given, Subaru wasn't sure if she was making it impossible to understand on purpose. But regardless, Subaru's imagination brandished its claws, dragging its chilling edges down his spine. Feeling the burning impatience pounding against his chest, Subaru tried to keep himself calm as best as he could.
Subaru, please answer me.
Emilia.
What do you mean inside the ice in a great tree?
Emilia, it's exactly what it sounds like. Subaru, . Pausing for a beat, Emilia looked up and told Subaru. Emilia, all that time, I was frozen with the great tree in the forest. And it was only after a really, really long time
that Puck found me? I finally found you.
Who's there?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For leaving you here alone. I've been searching forever. Constantly, I've been searching and searching for you. Where
am I?
It's so cold. I'll get you out right away, such a lonely place, all by yourself. Why did a child have to go through? Why did it take me so long to say? Who are you? Why are you crying? Because you're the most lovely thing in this world. Because I'm so happy to see you again.
You're
that glad? Yes. It was for you. It was in order to see you again, that I was reborn. Who are you? I'm your greatest companion.
Your one greatest, truest companion.
Then, you're my. Yes, that's right. From this day forth, I will be your family. From this moment onward, you'll never be alone again. This, I promise you.
Really?
Then, I'm
Emilia, really glad. Emilia held her hands to her chest, reminiscing on a happier time. Listening to her words, Subaru felt his mouth rapidly drying. Emilia, sleeping inside the ice.
In the great tree of prayers of her homeland.
Frozen within its trunk, Emilia remained there until Puck saved her.
Just how long a time was it?
Subaru, Emilia. The place you lived in would be Elior Forest, right? The one that was frozen a long time ago, where the ice is gradually spreading even now? Emilia, MN, it is.
By the time I woke up, they were calling it the Ice Forest. But it was a bright and luscious place bathed in sunlight before I went to sleep. It never snowed when I lived there with everyone.
Subaru, luscious.
No, more importantly.
Who's everyone? Subaru didn't know much about that place, so the before and after of Elior Forest was unknown to him.
But here, it was something else that caught his attention.
Emilia, everyone is everyone.
Everyone I lived with in the forest. All the elves.
Subaru, the elves. Then, your family was there too? Your mom and dad, and maybe siblings, too? Emilia, . However, seeing Emilia's eyes filled with sadness, Subaru once again realized that he had misspoken. Emilia must have said it at some point before. That Puck was like her foster parent, and her only family. Subaru was supposed to have known that Emilia had lost her family in one fashion or another. Subaru, I'm sore.
I didn't mean.
Emilia, it's fine. You're just worried for me, Subaru, but my family wasn't in the forest. Everyone in the village was very kind to me, and always smiled at me, but
I had no blood relatives in that forest.
Subaru, if there's no one, then, your parents are?
At that question, Emilia quietly shook her head.
She fiddled with the ends of her braid as if to distract herself, then. Emilia, they were both gone by the time I was self-aware. I didn't think it was all that strange at the time. I did have someone who was like a mother to me. Who was really kind, and strong, and cool.
I had someone like that.
Subaru, . Emilia, but that person, and everyone else.
When I fell asleep, they all went to sleep as well.
Even now, deep in Elior Forest, so many people remain there in unwaking sleep.
Subaru, ha.
Speaking in a dispassionate voice, Emilia seemed to be tasking herself to state only the facts. Subaru's throat clogged up at the content of her words, but Emilia paid it no mind as she continued. Emilia, after I woke up, Puck and I went on watching over everyone sleeping. So that someday, when someone wakes up like I did, they wouldn't feel lost, not knowing anything. Thinking this, we stayed there.
Subaru, hold on a second.
The information load was so dense that Subaru's brain was struggling to keep up. What on earth happened in Elior Forest on the day Emilia first saw it snow? Subaru, from what I know, Elior Forest began freezing
A little over 100 years ago.
I mean, I must have heard it while I was in the Royal Selection Hall or something. Emilia, I was really surprised too when I went to study at the mansion and learned of this. Subaru, so, you were there when Elior Forest first froze, right?
Do you know how it happened?
Emilia, no, I don't. Emilia shook her head to Subaru's question. Seeing Subaru furrow his brows, she looked down with a pained expression. Emilia, I really don't.
Whatever happened back then? I can't remember it clearly at all.
All I remember is that I was little, and I was terribly scared. But since I went on sleeping for so long, those memories are vague too.
Subaru, you mentioned that you were little. But about how old were you back then? Emilia, I think I was around 7. Subaru, 7.
And it's safe to assume that elves count their age the same way as humans, right? At this, Emilia nodded.
If elves count their age the way people normally do, then it'd increment by 1 every passing year.
Elves are well known to be a long-living race, and Emilia, being a half-elf, should be the same. On the other hand, even the long-living elves must go through a childhood, so the 7-year-old Emilia was beyond any blame. Although, with some simple arithmetics, this means that Emilia's current age would be 7 plus 100-odd years.
Subaru, the age gap's nothing to worry about at this point. And considering we're from different worlds to begin with, that's nothing, really.
Emilia, Subaru, what's wrong? Did I say something funny, or? Subaru, nope. I was just thinking that you and me have a really serious age gap, that's all.
While putting his thoughts in order and catching his breath, Subaru threw in a joke to lighten the mood. Although the joke was probably lost on her, Emilia's tense cheeks did relax somewhat as she let out a small sigh.
Emilia, we do. But since I was asleep and unconscious for so long, I'm not really sure I've matured to my real age. Subaru, really? I don't exactly know how fast elves grow, but if it's anything like humans, I'd say you're pretty matured. Subaru casually looked over Emilia on the bed before snorting off her worries.
Her limbs were fully grown, and her body had all the curvatures of femininity.
Her melancholy amethyst eyes and dreamlike features anointed her with a mysterious beauty, traveling in between that of a girl and woman. Emilia was plenty enough matured already. But it seems Subaru was missing the point of Emilia's worries, while with no, she shook her head. Emilia, sleeping in the ice did not stop time for me, but only put my consciousness to sleep.
So my body kept growing even inside the ice.
Controlling my body felt so different from when I went to sleep that, for a time after I woke, I stumbled over so many things. Subaru, so being in that ice
also has its flaws, huh?
Having her 7-year-old body when she fell asleep turned into a fully grown woman when she woke must have been bewildering for her. It happens quite a lot in animes and mangas for children to have their bodies suddenly turned into adults, and the adaptation must not be easy. It's only natural that Emilia would have been distressed by the discrepancy between her mind and body. Emilia, when Roswell brought me out of the forest to study outside, and I learned that I had slept for nearly 100 years, I was really shocked
to find out that I had been sleeping for so long.
Subaru, if people age normally inside the ice, then for anyone other than long-living elves it'd be all of
over, was what he was about to say, when he noticed that he had just been told an incredible fact. Shutting his eyes, Subaru quietly put the numbers together in his head.
Adding and subtracting, and then rechecking it several times just to be sure, his doubts turned into definite suspicion. Subaru, hey, Emilia.
You just said you slept for almost 100 years?
Emilia, I did, yeah? Subaru, and you were about 7 before you went to sleep, right? Emilia, I was. Subaru, what's? Subaru, Emilia.
How long has it been since Puck woke you up?
At least, from what he had heard, Roswell brought Emilia out of the forest about half a year ago.
Which means Emilia would have lived with Puck in Elior Forest until then.
The question is, how much time had passed between her falling asleep, waking, and meeting Roswell? Still with a troubled expression, Emilia placed her finger to her lips. Emilia, about 6 or 7 years.
Or so.
Subaru, Hearing Emilia's answer, Subaru's suspicion turned into absolute conviction.
The fact shocked through Subaru's body like a lightning bolt.
7 years after she was born, she spent nearly 100 years sleeping, then spent another 7 years awake.
Which would mean that
Emilia is around 107 years old.
Looks like she's 18.
While mentally, she's 14.
Subaru, her actual age, apparent age, and mental age are all messed up. That kind of discrepancy was only possible because she is an elf.
So many questions Subaru had about Emilia's behavior up to now suddenly made sense. Subaru had found her rather ignorant to flattery for an over a century-old elf, and he couldn't help noticing her disproportionate lack of experience of being around people, plus the cuteness of her occasionally childlike demeanor was always quite conspicuous.
So all of it was the result of having spent the majority of her life in the ice.
Subaru, 14.
That's no different than felt.
Why did a girl this young have to shoulder such great responsibility? Subaru's irritation towards the royal selection and for Roswell was only mounting. Then, reflecting on how the topic he brought up to lighten the mood had completely derailed, Subaru cut into another certainly not unrelated topic. Subaru, earlier, you said you don't know why the forest was frozen. So then what did you see in the trial?
That vague memory of before you were frozen.
That's what you saw, right? Emilia, I think so.
The scenery was definitely from before I went to sleep. So I think it's a memory of a time that really existed.
Subaru, so then, maybe the fact that you're so terrified of the memory is because in it you encountered whatever froze you and the other elves, and you're subconsciously rejecting it.
Emilia, that's not.
Subaru, I mean, it doesn't get scarier than that, right?
The trial shows you your greatest regret. So maybe what you're seeing is.
Emilia, I said you're wrong. Emilia shouted, shattering Subaru's overheated train of thought. But she immediately blinked as if regretting raising her voice, and then closed her eyes to shake off her hesitation as she turned her watery eyes to Subaru.
Emilia, that's not what I saw in the trial. It wasn't anything like that. What I saw was.
Subaru, Emil. Emilia, devil child. A chill like an icy spear pierced into Subaru's spine. Emilia buried her face in her hands, hiding her expression.
From beyond her covered face, her voice continued quietly, without emotion.
Emilia, the seed of disaster.
Silver abomination. The creature that should never have been born. Source of all hatred. Unforgivable spirit.
Demon.
The witch's daughter.
Subaru, Emilia, everyone who was kind to me, who smiled at me, said those things to me in the freezing snow, and Emilia's limbs, and her entire body, was faintly trembling. Emilia, I don't remember anything that happened after I was inside the ice.
But I can't forget how everyone must have cursed me, frozen there. And how they must continue to curse me still.
Subaru, Emilia, and so, I want to free everyone from the ice.
And apologize.
Absently, with her face in tears, Emilia looked up, as if seeing them, before quietly bowing her head. Emilia, I'm sorry I caused you trouble. Everyone, I love you all. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 91, False Sleep. Listening to Emilia's tearful wish, Subaru felt his entire body stabbed by pangs of remorse. The guilt of digging up her painful memories to the point that he made her cry tormented his heart to no end. From Emilia's faltering words, he could sense the love and gratitude she felt for the people she had lived with inside Elior Forest.
Yet, it all changed on the day the snow first fell, when her fond memories were replaced by their voices, full of hatred and malice. Subaru couldn't possibly know what they really thought, trapped inside the ice.
But regardless, Emilia's days of warmth and happiness had been sealed along with them inside that thick, unmelting ice. Subaru, but why did they say those things to you?
From what you just told me,
It'd only make sense if the one who froze the forest in ice was
you.
But, were you really powerful enough to do something that incredible when you were that little? Emilia, I don't know.
Back then, I knew far less of the world than I do now.
I knew nothing of what I could or couldn't do, and I was always imposing on everyone's kindness.
But
Without Puck, I doubt I have the power to freeze an entire forest by myself, even now.
Subaru, but if you had Puck, you could do it?
Emilia, At
Subaru's question, Emilia wordlessly nodded.
Her half-hearted affirmation was probably because she was afraid Subaru would mistake her for the culprit behind the freezing of the forest.
But that wasn't what Subaru was thinking at all. Not because he was biased, but because of a simple matter of sequence.
Subaru, you don't have to look so worried, I'm not gonna misunderstand.
You met Puck way after the forest had already been frozen. By almost 100 years, right?
The freezing and you meeting Puck is totally in the wrong order. Emilia, MMN. Yes, but. Sensing her unease, Subaru gave her his conclusion. Receiving this, Emilia nodded, though her expression was too tense to be called relieved.
Resisting the urge to furrow his brows at her reaction, Subaru strained himself to keep his expression composed in front of her as he folded his arms.
He had a vague feeling that something was off even while he was listening to Emilia's story.
But it was here, in this instant, that he felt this sense of incongruity more intensely than ever. It's only natural.
Natsuki Subaru had never delved into Emilia's past or inner thoughts before this, but had been content merely to coddle her and love her for the surface of her character like he would a child. And so, this is Subaru's trial, the one which he must start from. Now that Subaru had lost his qualification to challenge the trials of the tomb, this will be the trial that will determine whether he has the right to stand before Emilia, and to support her at her side. Subaru, I understand what kind of scene you saw in the trial now, so, if we flip this around, what do you think you'll have to do to beat it? Emilia, that's.
It's.
Emilia's gaze wandered.
Not because she was hesitating whether to answer, but because it was so vague that she was struggling to find the words.
Emilia had no clear insights about how to break through the trial.
On her very first attempt, she was abruptly presented with a long-held quandary, and now she was being asked to give a perfect answer.
But, in the first place, the first trial only requires the challenger to give an answer to the past they've been avoiding. Do this, and they will pass the trial, that's what Ikidona had told him.
Affirm it, or deny it, either would suffice as an answer.
Emilia had already accepted the sad memory of being rejected by all those who had been kind to her. So, does that mean she'd have to get over it in order to pass the trial? To get over something you've left behind in your past, how does one do such a thing? Subaru had no clear answers to give her. But, having overcome the first trial and experienced the second, there were some things that Subaru did know. Just through the few interactions he'd had with the character named Ikidona, he did know this. Chances are, the trial would not present its challenger with an impossible problem. That's only natural, considering its creator, Ikidona's, goals. What Ikidona desires are the results to sate her curiosity, a treasure which shines the brightest when attained through the passing of a trial.
At least, that should be what that witch is thinking. In this case, the result would be whether the challenger affirms or denies their past. In other words, Emilia should already have everything she needs to pass the trial. If she could just figure out what the conditions are and give her reply, that would be her solution. So then, the obstacle here isn't the trial itself, but Subaru, If you keep challenging without having an answer, it's always going to turn out the same way.
Emilia: so, what do you think, Subaru?
Subaru:
Emilia: having heard my story
about my trial and my past, what do you think? Do you have any ideas on how to beat it? I'm still wondering what I should do. Last night after her trial, Emilia must have spent the whole night asking herself this question instead of sleeping.
It must have been like this, trapped in this vortex of soul-abrading thoughts, that she passed out in the end. Subaru: Emilia:
Earlier you said that you wanted to melt the ice and thank everyone.
Emilia: Subaru: but why do you feel this way? Emilia had been cruelly treated by those people who were closest to her. So for what reason would she want to save those men and women, trapped beneath the ice? Subaru: your last memories of them were how they cursed and rejected you, right? After those cruel and hateful things they said to you. Why do you still want to help them? Emilia: Subaru:
If I said a bunch of awful things to you now, would you no longer want to help me?
Subaru:
He fell speechless.
Emilia's amethyst eyes were gazing at Subaru, full of sincerity, and the indecisive weakness in her pupils had vanished as she answered. Emilia: yes, my last memories of everyone was painful.
But just because that was what happened at the end, that doesn't invalidate all the time we've spent together.
We've shared many good memories, too.
Subaru:
Emilia: I don't want to forget those, while only remembering how they hurt me.
I want to save everyone so we can laugh and smile together again. I know it's greedy of me, but that's how I feel.
Saying this, Emilia held her hands to her lips as she peeked at Subaru's reaction. She looked as though she had just accidentally voiced some ugly part of herself and was afraid of being despised for it. Perceiving Emilia's unease, Subaru thought to himself. She's just the kind of person who couldn't go without finding that wish greedy, huh? Emilia: Subaru?
Subaru: nothing, I was just thinking. That you're completely right.
Even if they only wanted to hurt her in the end, that didn't mean all the bonds and memories they shared had disappeared. Rem and Ram had both killed Subaru in the past, but that didn't stop him from striving his best to save them, and it was those same feelings that had kept him going during those loops starting from the capital.
What Emilia felt was just what Subaru himself had felt, that's all.
Subaru: But just when he felt this sense of relief, Subaru noticed the greatest incongruity yet. Just how could he have overlooked such an astoundingly obvious discrepancy? Emilia: Subaru? Seeing Subaru staring at her with his face frozen stiff, Emilia's eyes wavered with confusion. Yet, despite realizing that he was worrying her, Subaru still couldn't pull himself together.
Because
inside Emilia's heart, she had already reached her answer to her past. Subaru: Deep in Great Elior Forest, the elven tribe she had once spent her days together with are sleeping, frozen in ice. In that remembered past, on the day the forest was buried by snow, Emilia had endured all the malice of the people she had trusted, and yet, she proclaimed without hesitation that she wanted to save them, and thank them. That is the decisive answer to the past she had tried to avoid. If Subaru's resolve to admit his stupidity and say goodbye to his parents in his past met the conditions for passing the first trial, then Emilia's determination here should be deemed just as worthy. And yet, the trial refused to recognize that she had fulfilled its conditions. Perhaps, it was because Subaru had woken her and interrupted the trial. But even in the previous loops after the first night, when Subaru wasn't there to wake her, never once had she passed the trial.
Was Emilia's answer just not suited for the trial that was given to her?
Subaru: but, that's. If Ikidona is the one ruling on the trials, could the worthiness of the answer simply depend on the witch's mood at the time?
Yet, Ikidona herself had declared that it doesn't matter what answer she is given, but merely that she receives an answer.
It's unlike her to reject an answer given by a challenger. Yet, assuming that's true, it did occur to Subaru that maybe, for whatever reason, she was rejecting only Emilia's answer.
It tormented his heart to consider it.
Because to consider it would be to recognize the possibility that only Emilia can never break through the trials.
Subaru, as if I could just accept that.
I'm begging you, Ikidona. Emilia, Subaru, what's wrong?
Did I say something strange again?
Subaru, no. It's not you, Emilia. If anything, it's a problem with the examiner. Now, you said you wanted to melt the ice and save everyone, but
were you not able to?
Before Roswell brought you outside, you and Puck were living inside the forest, right?
There must have been plenty of time to try.
Although he knew it was a cruel question, Subaru still asked it. Having heard Emilia's past, Subaru understood that freeing those people from the ice would only mean having those same people showering abuses upon Emilia once more. Emilia herself must have agonized about this many times over.
Her nails dug into her arms as she cast down her eyes.
Emilia, I've tried with Puck many times, but
I couldn't melt the ice. Subaru, when you say you couldn't melt it,
do you mean mentally couldn't or physically couldn't?
Even if it was a mental reason, Subaru had no intention of blaming her.
It's not easy to do something that you know for a fact will hurt you, that's the same for anyone. However, at Subaru's question, Emilia weakly replied, physically couldn't.
I think.
Emilia, that ice is a special ice.
It wouldn't melt no matter what we tried from the outside.
Maybe only the one who cast the spell could reverse it, or we'll need something even more powerful.
That's why I accepted Roswell's proposal.
Subaru, proposal?
Emilia,
Seeing Subaru's brows furrow, Emilia covered her mouth as if she had just said something she shouldn't have. However, faced with Subaru's silent gaze, Emilia's shoulders immediately dropped. Emilia, Roswell, we
made an agreement.
Subaru, Emilia, he came with an emblem, asked me to hold it. And once he saw the gem glow red, he told me about the royal selection.
And he said,
perhaps, the fact that he'd find Emilia in the forest and that the emblem would glow when she held it were also written in the gospel. Subaru could almost see, in his imaginings, Roswell's strange smile as he reached out towards Emilia and said,
Emilia, if you can ascend to the throne, then surely, your wish to melt the ice in this forest can also be fulfilled. Subaru, and you believed him?
Emilia, I was pretty desperate, I guess. He didn't tell me the details of how to melt the ice, but I accepted his offer, and left the forest with Roswell. Puck. He didn't object, but just came with me without saying anything. Subaru, so that's why you decided to participate in the royal selection.
Before, when you said you had a selfish reason. That's what you meant?
Emilia once said that, unlike the other candidates, she was participating in the royal selection for a very selfish reason. Subaru had avoided prying into the details thus far, but now everything was finally coming together. Emilia, you must think I'm terrible, right? While Subaru pieced this together in his mind, Emilia quietly murmured.
When he looked up, he saw Emilia timidly watching him with her lips quivering.
Emilia, all the others. Everyone has an amazing resolve as their reason for competing in the royal selection, but mine's just a really personal problem. Subaru, but I think wanting to help everyone in that village is really amazing as well.
The number of people you're helping doesn't diminish how amazing your motive is.
And you weren't lying when you said what you said in the royal selection hall, right? Emilia, what I said in the royal selection hall. Subaru, that you want to see everyone treated as equals. I don't think those words were a lie. At first, maybe she was just seeking some resolution to circumstances which were beyond her control. But, as Emilia learned of the outside world and of the largeness of 100 years of time, surely, she would have had a chance to think. Subaru didn't feel that the words she spoke at the royal selection hall were just insincere, superficial varnish. If those were her genuine thoughts, and her reasons for wanting to win the royal selection remain the same even now, Subaru would have no cause to look down on her. Subaru, so it's all right, you don't have to look so worried.
I'm on your side and you can rely on me, that hasn't changed since last night. My shoulders are yours, even if you say that you're fine. Emilia, about last night.
Subaru, don't, I'll feel horrible if you apologize.
Well, I'll just say this.
I'll always stay at your side where you can lean on me whenever you need me.
Even though I'm happy to see you stand on your own, it's fine to be a little weak once in a while as well.
Thumping his hand to his chest, Subaru relaxed his lips, and saw Emilia let out a relieved sigh. Then instantly, as if being overtaken by that relief, her upper body began swaying. Emilia, now that I feel relieved.
Suddenly,
Subaru, that's because you just had a terrible dream and didn't get much sleep.
Don't push yourself, it's alright to take a little nap. I won't do anything, just stay here and watch over you.
Emilia, although that part about won't do anything really bothers me. While somewhat minding by that unnecessarily appended statement, Emilia's silver hair went on swaying as she fought the temptation to sleep. Subaru placed his fingers on her forehead, and gently pushed her slender body down. Emilia, Subaru, don't worry, just get to sleep.
Without leaving any room for debate, he laid her down on the bed.
Drawing the sheets over her delicate figure, Subaru pulled the chair closer to the bed and sat himself down where he could better observe Emilia's face as she slept. Subaru, you've been talking non-stop, and your head must be exhausted, so if what I said could relax you a little.
Then get some nice rest. Because we'll need you to do your best again tonight.
Emilia, is it really all right to spoil me like this?
Subaru, of course it is.
Just keep getting more and more spoiled.
I'll pamper you till you're so spoiled that you're all rotten inside.
Seeing Subaru give her a shrug, Emilia quietly laughed as she lay on the bed. Then, still keeping her gaze on Subaru, Emilia slowly reached out her arm from under the sheets. Emilia, hand. Subaru, Emilia, if you're going to spoil me, will you?
Hold my hand?
Just until I fall asleep, please? Subaru, leave it to me. Subaru took her small, delicate hand, smiling as he savored the luxurious smoothness of her palm. Emilia smiled in return as she followed Subaru's advice and softly closed her eyes.
It didn't take long before she exhaled a quiet breath of sleep.
Subaru, I hope you can have some good dreams, for just a little while. Watching Emilia as she lay quietly in bed, Subaru gently brushed aside the few strands of silver hair on her forehead and dropped his eyes to the hand still holding his. If feeling someone else's existence like this could free her from the loneliness of her dreams, then he'd be glad. Because to be left alone in this room, endlessly tormented by nightmares, would be far too cruel for her.
Subaru, well, anyway. Sure learned a lot today.
Sitting there, holding her hand, Subaru straightened his back as he chewed over the details of their conversation. Emilia's past, and her reason for competing in the royal selection.
Roswell's proposal as he brought her outside, and why Emilia had no choice but to accept it.
And most importantly, Emilia's trial, and its true motives for rejecting her even though she should have already reached her answer, leaving those loose ends untied, and having put Emilia to sleep, here he was, Subaru, ..
Quietly, he gazed at Emilia as she slept.
It might have been that it pained him to see her so frail, and so he decided to postpone it for now, but that wasn't why. There was a reason Subaru put off getting those essential answers and practically forced her to go to sleep. Something that would have been impossible to do, if Emilia was still awake.
Subaru, but, all things considered.
This is all I can think of. Over the past loops, the details that tugged at him and other circumstantial evidence all forced him to consider this possibility.
But there was only one way to be sure, and it can be easily done now.
And, if he is right, it would definitely be the light to break through this darkness.
He breathed in, and held his breath.
While listening to the thumping of his own heart and the rushing of his blood, Subaru reached out to confirm it. Opposite his right hand, which was holding Emilia's, Subaru reached out with his left, towards the center of her slender, pale neck while she soundly slept, and... Subaru, you aren't really sleeping, are you? He felt its cold, hard touch at his fingertips,
straining his voice as he said this, the words nevertheless came out.
A few moments passed in silence, and just when Subaru's heart began to blaze with burning impatience, suddenly.
"Ah, so you've noticed."
"I'm so glad, Subaru." From inside the green crystal at his fingertips, the androgynous voice of a spirit echoed directly within Subaru's skull. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 92, Lie. Puck, feels like it's been ages since we talked like this.
Subaru, well, it has been. Right, almost 2 weeks since you've gone missing.
Your owner's been worried sick looking all over for you, and you were nowhere to be found. It was a strange sensation, hearing the words steep directly into his skull instead of vibrating through the air. Nevertheless, listening to Puck's voice, still as carefree as ever, Subaru was struggling to keep his inner rage from seeping into his reply. More infuriated than elated to get his expected, or rather, hoped for reaction, it was too much for Subaru to take lying down. Puck, it seems, over the 2 weeks we haven't talked,
you've built up quite a bit of resentment towards me. Subaru, you know why that is.
Right?
Don't make me spell it out for you. Puck, right.
The things I said in front of the blue-haired girl before I stopped coming out.
Now that I think about it, it was pretty thoughtless of me. I really did reflect on it.
Subaru.
That's not what we're talking about. What was thoughtless was digging up something Subaru had already forgotten he was angry about. And to top it off, it completely derailed the conversation from what they ought to be discussing.
Don't get so angry, Puck pouted at Subaru's outburst.
Puck, I know that. I just wanted to apologize.
If we don't clear up some of the bad blood between us before moving on to the main topic, we wouldn't be having a real heart-to-heart, now would we? Especially now that I'm in a position where there is so much I'll need to ask of you. Subaru, okay, you good?
If you're done stroking your self-satisfaction, let's get on with the conversation.
You know, the one you want to have, about the main topic. Acknowledging Puck's apology with some perfunctory acceptance, Subaru glared at the crystal as he pushed the conversation forward. Reflecting Subaru's gaze in its translucent gleam, the stone at Emilia's chest was glowing with a dark green luminescence.
Subaru clicked his tongue, and... Subaru, anyway, this isn't a good place to talk. For now, let's go outside. We don't know when Emilia'll wake up. Better change locations before.
Puck, I am sorry, but I can't.
And that would count as a part of our main topic as well.
While gazing at the sleeping Emilia, Subaru heard his proposal shot down by Puck's telepathic words. For a moment, Subaru made an expression as if his nose had been pinched.
Subaru, that wasn't a don't wanna kind of rejection. You can't? What's that supposed to mean?
Puck, only what it sounds like.
In my present state, going outside the crystal.
Or basically, manifesting in the external world is currently impossible for me. If it weren't, did you really think I would ever let Leah feel this sad and alone? Subaru, ..
Hearing Puck say this as if were a matter of course, Subaru's mind fell into silence.
The fact is, considering everything that's happened between Subaru and this spirit up to now, Subaru honestly felt like doubting the credibility of Puck's words. But aside from Puck's tendency to always show up late when it actually matters, fundamentally, he exists solely for Emilia's sake, and his feelings for Emilia are genuine. Subaru considered these points to be beyond any doubt.
Which means, Subaru, some circumstance, or some reason,
is preventing you from coming outside?
Puck, that's right. I haven't even been able to reach out through thoughts like this. And so it was very fortunate that you suspected this, and called to me in the crystal.
I doubt anyone else could have secured such an opportunity.
Subaru, anyone else?
Puck, it's very simple, the only one who could be this close to Leah while she's unconscious would be you. Besides, even if by chance someone did touch the crystal, there was the problem of whether our affinity would allow us to communicate through thoughts.
But we've done this before, so I knew I could speak to you this way.
Subaru, now that you mention it, we have, haven't we?
So, what is it you want from me?
Puck, Subaru, Now that someone has finally met these preconditions and, by some divine chance, called out to you.
You must have been prepared to not let this 1,000,000-to-1 chance slip away.
So, with the short time that we have, what do you have to tell me?
Puck, dash dash. Subaru's words were met with a meaningful silence.
In his mind, he could almost imagine the unseen cat spirit smiling a wide and humanish grin. Without betraying Subaru's imaginings, Puck laughed, his voice unable to conceal his delight. Puck, so I was right to expect great things from you after all. Though it pains me to think that I would have to entrust Leah to someone other than myself. Subaru, I can pass on what you're thinking to Emilia, if you want. The latter part of Puck's joyful words became laced with gloom. Sensing this change about him, Subaru lowered his eyes.
His suggestion had been no more than a consoling thought.
But, having said it, it might actually be a good idea. After losing Puck, who had been holding up the core of her heart, Emilia was in an unsettled state. She was enduring it for now, but as the passage of time and her repeated failures in the trials abrade away her body and mind, her weakness will begin to show through. If that's how it will turn out, then maybe offering her some relief here would.
Puck, better not. If she learns that I've been talking to someone behind her back, in the worst case, Leah's mind could break.
But, before Subaru could go any further with that thought, he was stopped by Puck's dejected voice. Trying to take in the meaning of those words, Subaru expelled a dry sigh in the physical world. Subaru, and
what's that supposed to mean? Puck, it means exactly what it sounds like.
If you act as an intermediary and convey my words to Leah, she will find out that I am not truly asleep inside the crystal. If she realizes that despite keeping me from manifesting and preventing me from contacting anyone, I am not actually silenced, it would likely cause her precarious mental balance to collapse.
Subaru, why, wait a minute.
Subaru shook his head, calling for Puck's piling words to stop. Since he had no body, with only the crystal's sheen for Subaru to look on, Puck's expression was imperceptible. But, at least from Puck's voice, Subaru judged that this was no attempt at deception.
Subaru, do you realize what you're saying? Just now.
It's like you're saying that it's Emilia herself who's preventing you from coming outside.
Puck. Subaru, and silence you? What are you talking about?
Emilia's been calling out for you, wailing and in tears, asking for your help.
So how can you?
It wasn't mine, it wasn't anyone else's, it was your name that she was calling when she was exhausted and about to crumble.
So why are you? Puck, that's right.
You would be the first person to be upset to hear Leah call someone else's name before yours, Subaru. Subaru-TCH. Those words were utterly beside the point, but, realizing how they accurately captured the core of his thoughts, Subaru's throat clamped shut with an incomprehensible and violent emotion. It was in hopes of becoming the foremost in Emilia's heart that he had toiled and struggled thus far. And the fact that he didn't hold that place in her heart bothered him to no end.
That was the truth.
At the same time, it drove him mad with rage to see that the one who did occupy that spot in Emilia's heart, who, despite possessing far more power than Subaru and professing to hold Emilia above all the world, was failing to take any action for her sake. And so, when he was told that it was not him, not Puck, but Emilia herself who was responsible for that fact, how could he possibly just accept it? Subaru, so, what? You mean to say that every time Emilia was broken by the trials, worn down by loneliness, smiling in tears reminiscing on her painful past, every bit of that was just a performance and a lie?
You expect me to believe that?
If those tears, those cries, and those laments had all been an act to deceive the people around her, then Emilia must certainly be some gifted actress.
Rather than aiming for the throne, she should be aiming for an Oscar instead. If one could ignore the obvious fact that Emilia had neither the talent nor reason to deceive Subaru and the others, that is.
Subaru, there's no way. Never mind constantly fooling everyone around her, she gets crushed by guilt just over telling the tiniest lie. That's the kind of girl Emilia is. Puck, Subaru, calm down. I'm not speaking ill of Emilia like in your worst-case imaginings.
So just calm down.
Subaru, worst-case imaginings?
What worst-case imaginings?
You bastard, stop peeking into my head.
That's got nothing to do with this.
No matter what happens, I'll never think of Emilia like Puck, Natsuki Subaru. Puck's penetrating voice struck through the roiled and agitated Subaru. The intense emotion packed within that brief call was enough to, for a moment, freeze Subaru's trembling body still. Yet at the end of Subaru's stick-and gaze was not the figure of the small cat, but the stone quietly resting on Emilia's chest, glowing with its inorganic light. Puck, have you calmed down? Subaru, so you can raise your voice after all. I always thought you're just a carefree fluffy furball who never gives a damn about the seriousness of the situation. Puck, it is very rare for me to shout like this.
It's only when it's Leah.
Or when I need to scold some disobedient brat, that I raise my voice this way. Subaru, disobedient brat, huh? At that unforgiving description, Subaru spilled a small sigh.
He couldn't deny it. He could see that his unsightly attitude was problematic here.
How many times since the start of this long-awaited conversation had Subaru failed to remain calm?
And how many times did Puck have to rebuke him to get the conversation back on track? It's pathetic how he couldn't restrain himself. And that heart of steel he had so yearned for, was there not even a scrap of it inside him?
Puck, but, to be honest, I am glad there is someone who can get so emotional over Leah this way.
You must be providing Leah with no small amount of strength as well.
Subaru, huh? Puck, no one has managed to step this far into Leah's heart before, not even Roswell, who brought Leah out of the forest for the royal selection, has ever touched the deepest core of her thoughts. But, since that man only intends to place Leah on the throne as a means to another end, that is not so surprising.
Subaru, do you
know what Roswell's goals are? Puck, to follow the gospel, right?
Perhaps, he's a lot like Betty in that respect. Though, one has a lot written in his, while the other has nothing written in hers. Similar but different, might be a better way to put it. It seems Puck already knew the details about Roswell and Beatrice's circumstances.
Subaru doubted that the information would have been passed to Emilia, and that only made him even more unsettled about Puck's reasons for keeping those facts to himself. But Subaru could already imagine what Puck would say if he had asked him about it. Subaru, since it's unrelated to Emilia, you were in no hurry to do anything. Huh? Puck, if you mean Betty, I would have liked to do everything I could for her.
But
now that Leah is tangled up with Roswell, I have no choice but to focus on that.
Subaru, well, that's your own damn fault for not saying anything when you knew what was going to happen, isn't it?
Puck,
I have nothing to say to that.
Though I do think it's unfair of me to make you deal with the consequences. Regardless of intention, it seems his refusal to prioritize anything besides Emilia was the primary reason behind all this. If his inaction was what brought about Emilia's present hardships, then that would be far too great a blunder to be laughed off as a simple mistake. Subaru, I'll be wrecking Roswell's plans, so never mind that for now.
And Beatrice? I've no intention of leaving her to you.
The only thing I'm conspiring with you about is Emilia. Puck, that's fine. Right now, I don't have the strength to spend on anyone besides Leah. Expending my efforts on anything other than what is dearest to me would be going about it backwards. Subaru, then tell me, what do you mean Emilia is preventing you from coming outside?
I won't believe for a second that she's been lying to everyone. Last time, he had been running off of his emotions, but those thoughts remain the same even now. Although there was no way he could possibly know everything inside Emilia's heart, she was certainly not the kind of person who would deceive those around her and spit on their considerations this way. Hearing this thought, Puck transmitted what felt like a relieved sigh into Subaru's mind. Puck, I'm not in a position to say anything like you needn't worry. But, while it is by Leah's will that I am prevented from going outside, it isn't because Leah herself is trying to keep me from doing so. Subaru, sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Puck, it's hard to explain. Leah seeking my help, calling to the crystal, and being unable to hear my voice, all of it is real.
The fact that she is scared to be alone and trembling without her support is also true.
But
Subaru, Puck, Leah's subconscious is refusing to let me materialize or communicate with her. The front and back ends of her heart are at odds.
Might be a way to describe it. The front and back ends of her heart.
Subaru gulped down a breath at those words. Surely, he couldn't be talking about split personalities? That said, every time Subaru had experienced being chased into despair in this world, it had been a variation of being betrayed by his heart.
If this was the same with Emilia, then
Subaru, you can't influence Emilia from your end?
Puck, it's tricky.
The back end's persistence is far stronger than the front end.
And even if I do manage to get through to the front, it will only spell trouble for Leah's mind.
Subaru, what makes you think it'll be trouble?
Like, would something upset her if you were to come out?
Puck, but you already know the answer, don't you? Interrupting Subaru's trailing question, there was almost a hint of ridicule in Puck's voice.
Receiving this thought, Subaru fell into a momentary silence before lowering his eyes. Subaru, it's just a guess.
Puck, go on.
Let's hear it.
I did say this, didn't I? I'm expecting great things from you, Subaru. At Subaru's mutter, Puck gave this entirely ungratifying stamp of approval. Feeling his mood lighten somewhat even from that meager assurance, Subaru continued. Subaru, if you're present, then Emilia will. Puck, MHM. Subaru, have to accept some inconvenient part of her past. That's why Emilia's subconsciously stopping you from interfering.
Puck,
Receiving Subaru's thought waves, Puck's reaction was neither rejection nor laughter, but silence. If that unseen cat spirit was here in form, he'd probably be floating there with his leisurely air and carefree expression, swaying his long tail to and fro. Puck, amazing, Subaru.
That's a better answer than I expected.
Puck said after a moment of silence with an impressed tone in his voice. At this, Subaru exhaled a sigh through his nostrils. Subaru, seriously, your compliments don't make me happy at all, you know.
Puck, it's honest praise.
You didn't have much information to go on, so the fact that you've deduced this far really is surprising.
You know Leah's heart well.
Saying so with an air of deep compassion, Puck's consciousness was probably watching the sleeping Emilia. As if lured by that voice, Subaru turned his gaze to her pale, sleeping face as well.
Lying there, sound asleep, it was impossible to tell whether she was having a good dream or a nightmare.
The trial and its accompanying past whittling at her heart, Subaru had his doubts as to how accurate that recreated past was to the past that actually took place. The past that Subaru saw in his trial was about him parting with his parents, who were the symbols of his past regrets.
It was only natural.
The past Subaru needed to overcome was not a single great event, but the environment in which he had languished throughout the time he had spent in sloth, and so, for Subaru, the trial created a time and space that never truly existed, and gave him a pleasant reprieve to be with his parents while urging him to make his farewells. Subaru, those pasts aren't necessarily faithful to what happened in the real world.
They're just mental images drawn from the challenger's mind assembled into a form suited for the trials.
At the end of the trial, Ikedona had told Subaru the rough outlines of how the trial worked. Having collected pieces of memories that even Subaru didn't know he remembered, the trial had used them to craft an elaborately fabricated world. In other words, none of Subaru's parting from his parents was real, and it had been no more than self-satisfaction. But so what?
Were Subaru's present thoughts. Subaru, the past you see in the tomb is a forgery disguised as the real thing. And the asshole who set up the trials did it so that the challenger will reach whatever answer satisfies her the most.
Ikedona hadn't stated as much, but, from what he had seen of that witch's deviousness firsthand, Subaru was sure it was just the kind of thing she would do.
And so,
Subaru, the past that Emilia saw would be part reality and part fabrication.
And you must know something that would be decisive in correcting that discrepancy.
That's why Emilia's subconscious is blocking her attempts to summon you. Puck, Which begs the question.
If I'm with her, Leah would see the past as it really was.
So why would Leah's heart reject me, knowing this? Subaru, that's S. Simple, Subaru was about to say when he hesitated.
The reason for his hesitation was just as simple.
If the next words came out of his mouth, it would mean exposing the reality of Emilia's past, as well as the fact that the cruel and aversive scene she had described was only a cover for the truth buried in her heart. Puck, because the truth that Leah has forgotten is far more unforgiving than the false memories she had spoken of.
Puck finished Subaru's sentence for him.
Recognizing what he had failed to recognize until the words came out, Subaru's face twisted in grief as he looked towards Emilia.
The people she had spent those days with in tenderness and warmth, to have those same people turn on her with all their hate and malice, showering her with their spite inside the ice as she bade her long, long farewell.
That past which tore at Subaru's body and soul just thinking about was, in fact, a gentle cradle to shield her from an even crueler truth.
Subaru, do you
know what Emilia actually saw?
Puck, unfortunately, I don't. When I first met Leah, it was already after she had been frozen alongside the forest. So I don't know why Leah would be afraid of my presence. And I have no idea how I play into Leah's past.
Listening to Puck's mutters of genuine regret, Subaru bit down on his lip. Emilia's real past was the reason she couldn't pass the trial.
Grasping this, he was now one step closer to the answer.
Each time Emilia was inside the trial, she saw both her real and her fabricated past.
And she herself wanted that fabricated past to be her real one. As long as she fails to reach an answer to her actual past, she will not pass the trial.
And so long as Emilia continues lying to her own heart, those sweet knives of her past would continue shredding away at her mind.
Subaru, what should I do? Puck, I don't know.
Subaru, I want to help Emilia.
And become her strength. Puck, it is the same for me. I exist only for her sake.
If I cannot be her strength, then there is no reason for me to exist. Subaru, I want to support her in everything she wishes to do.
And I want to be at her side. Puck, .. Faced with Subaru's appeals, Puck fell silent as he sank into thought.
All the while, Subaru intently waited for the spirit's reply.
Then, with a voice laced with determination.
Puck, Subaru.
There is only one possibility.
Subaru, possibility? Puck, it is a solution that would have been absolutely unthinkable if I were on my own, and, even now, I am strongly averse to it.
This is something I never imagined I would suggest, even if I did consider it.
Listening to Puck's consternation, Subaru braced himself for the words to come. At least, this was the first time Subaru had heard Puck speak in a voice this serious in his normal form.
Subaru, what do you need me to do? Puck, it is something that I will have to do. Though you will be the one left with all the cleanup afterwards.
Subaru, you sound like you're gonna say something insane next. I'm kinda scared. Puck, I never thought I'd end up leaving it all in someone else's hands, either.
But, well, I believe you are the only person who'd be willing to stake your life for Leah's sake, if need be.
Sensing that Puck was repressing some great emotion as he spoke, Subaru sucked in a small breath.
No doubt, Puck's assessment was correct.
For Emilia, Natsuki Subaru would gladly lay down his life. Seeing Subaru give his silent assent, Puck must have nodded inside the crystal as well.
And then, in a quiet voice.
Puck, tomorrow morning, I will break my contract with Leah. And once the relationship between Leah and me is severed, I'm sure that when she cries, you will do what you can to comfort her. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 93, Mutual Proposals. Puck, once the contract between me and Leah is terminated, can I trust you to take care of everything that comes after?
Subaru, that'll depend on what your reasons are.
Licking his lips, Subaru held back his urge to challenge those words as he looked at Puck straight on.
Inside the crystal, Puck's expression remained indiscernible.
But, from the vortex of emotions in his voice, Subaru could tell that he did not say this lightly.
But they're talking about contracts here.
What's more, it's a contract between a spirit and a spirit's arts user, which are to be valued above all else. To speak of one-sidedly breaking such a contract, Subaru couldn't possibly fathom what he might be thinking. Subaru, the contract between you and Emilia is a contract between a spirit and its contractor, right? Breaking it would come with its corresponding penalty, wouldn't it? Puck: yes, naturally. Subaru: if I'm imagining this correctly, the contractor abides by the contract in exchange for the power they borrow from the spirit.
And without a contract, there would be no pretext for the spirit to lend its power to the contractor. So breaking your contract would.
Puck: essentially, the link between Leah and myself would be severed. Without denying or amending Subaru's speculations, Puck merely affirmed his thoughts.
Yet, that affirmation would mean Subaru, without being able to draw from your power,
Emilia won't be able to fight at all. Left alone, she'll just be no different than an ordinary girl. Puck: that shouldn't worry you too much, should it?
Whether Leah has the strength for it or not, you are the one who doesn't want her to fight. Though I can't say the same for what Leah herself will think.
Subaru: you're
not wrong about that. But my feelings aren't the problem here.
And all this talk about fighting strength isn't the point either.
What's important right now is what'll happen to Emilia without you by her side.
For Emilia, losing Puck would be the same as losing the supporting beam of her heart. And if Puck had been right so far, it would mean that she knew, deep down, that Puck wasn't actually sleeping, and that the bond between them hadn't been severed. Yet, even with their bond still barely intact, Emilia was cornered and faltering to the point that she was relying entirely on Subaru, pleading for him not to leave her.
But if her bond with Puck was truly severed,
Subaru: I wouldn't be surprised if it broke Emilia's mental stability on the spot.
That has to be one of the last things you want to see. So just what are you plotting? Puck: I'm not plotting anything. I would only be supporting Leah in a way that would be best for her. I will not, and cannot, do anything that child doesn't want me to.
Subaru: and Emilia wants you to terminate the contract? Puck: no, Subaru. Losing her contract with me is only the byproduct of what Leah desires.
What Leah presently desires is to pass the trials of the tomb.
You can rest assured, there is no doubt about that.
Subaru never doubted it, either.
According to Puck's hypothesis, it was because of Emilia's inability to face her past that she was repeatedly stumbling on the fabricated past in her trials. However, she definitely isn't the kind of person who would merely pretend to overcome her past.
Of that, Subaru was certain.
That conviction within Subaru's mind was never conveyed to Puck through words. But, as if that thought had successfully reached him regardless, the tone of Puck's telepathic voice sank.
Puck: when Leah finds out that I am gone, she will probably fall apart. Crying like a child, wailing, inconsolable and afraid.
Subaru: Puck: but that's for the best, I think. This state where the surface of her heart believes I am gone while the depths of her heart knows that I am still here is unnatural.
Once both the surface and the depths of her heart realize that I am gone,
the shackles keeping her from her past will be undone, and, for the first time, Leah will be ready to face her own heart.
Puck's words were quiet, but packed with a multitude of emotions.
There was tenderness, grief, joy, and, above all, the abounding willingness to sacrifice everything for the one he loved most. Subaru: so she must lose her bond with you in order to face herself and move forward? Puck: yes, I believe so. I'm sure it will cause her much pain, but I know Leah is a girl who can persevere through them. Subaru: but you won't be there for her anymore.
Aren't you worried?
Don't you want to stay with her and protect that too kind for her own good daughter of yours?
Isn't that what you want?
Subaru wasn't sure what he was saying anymore. If Puck's proposal could really deliver the results they desired, then it would be better than anything Subaru could have hoped for. Just as Puck pointed out, Emilia's ability to fight is irrelevant since Subaru already intends to do everything in his power to keep her as far away from the battlefield as possible.
So Subaru should, by all means, Lee welcoming Puck's proposal rather than trying to dissuade him.
Puck, and here I thought you'd been pretty unhappy lately about me being at Leah's side. Subaru, you aren't wrong about that.
For all that's happened between us, my opinion of you is as low as it can get right now, and it's not gonna turn up anytime soon.
One decision to sacrifice yourself for Amelia isn't gonna wipe away all the bad impressions you've left behind, you know.
Puck, that's quite a harsh thing to say. Makes me kind of sad.
Subaru, but their mutual impressions were already kind of set, so even if Subaru accepted everything Puck said, it still couldn't change those negative impressions so easily.
So Subaru wasn't lying when he said that. However,
Subaru, I can just see the sad look on Amelia's face after you're gone. And, as much as I hate it, I know better than anyone just how much you mean to Amelia. It's because you're that I.
Puck, .. His words continued no further, but the indeterminate thought would not leave him.
Puck too preserved the mental silence, quietly waiting for Subaru's vague concepts to take shape. But, the more agitated he got, the less certain his answer became. Subaru, that I'm. Puck, your existence played a huge part in helping me come to this decision, Subaru.
Puck muttered before Subaru could finish his thought.
Hearing that sound directly inside his skull, Subaru raised his head, staring stupidly at the glowing green crystal. Puck, like you said, Leah means more to me than anything in this world. I would have wanted to always watch over her and provide her with strength at her side. But, even so, I still believe that the best thing I could do for her now is to leave her. Subaru, but, why is Th? Puck, because you are here for her. Subaru, .. Suddenly, Subaru felt his breath stop.
Puck, in this place. No, in this world, you and I are the only ones who would risk our lives for Leah. Through the time we've spent together, you have proved this. Leah, she.
Other than myself, you are the person she trusts the most.
That is beyond doubt. You can be sure of it. Subaru, still.
I don't have the kind of powers that you do, and I can't blast away the obstacles in front of her with force. The best I can do is worry alongside her and listen to her talk about her troubles.
That's all. Knowing that, you really want to leave me with everything after you're gone?
Puck, you seem to be misunderstanding something.
I'm not saying that I want you to replace me.
The things that only I can do are things that only I can do. The reverse is also true, and I expect that you will be helping Leah by doing the things that only you can do. In front of the speechless Subaru, Puck piled on his words. Closing off all escape, Puck wasted no time in forcing the decision on Subaru. Puck, even without me, Leah will still be much stronger than you. No doubt, that would be the kind of strength you spoke of.
But, as you know, that child is also weak.
And this weakness I speak of also certainly exists.
What I want you to do is to support her for that weakness.
Subaru, after you break the contract and sever your bond with Amelia, what will happen to you? Puck, the fact that I was able to materialize as I had been was owing to my connection with Leah. Once that connection is cut, I will need to stay constantly materialized in order to preserve my existence, but to remain materialized, I would endlessly drink the atmospheric mana around me dry. If you saw my true form, it would probably shock you, Subaru. The true form Puck spoke of must be the towering figure that Subaru had to tilt back his head to see. The apex of four-legged beasts, that monster of raging blizzards.
The beast of the apocalypse.
Indeed,
if he had to maintain that form indefinitely, there was simply no way it could be sustainable.
Subaru, so then. You mean you'll be erased? Puck, it is a little different from being erased. I will return to the small existence I once was before my contract with Leah.
It'd be some place with a deep connection to me.
Most likely in the great Elior forest.
There, I will go to sleep inside something as my anchor, and wait for the time when I will be awoken again.
Subaru, awoken?
Puck, by Leah, of course. This is where the contract between me and that child ends.
But, If a time comes when she needs a new contract and is in search of a spirit to forge it with.
I know she'll choose me again, that's what I believe.
Hearing a sense of cheerfulness in Puck's voice, Subaru swallowed his breath. It was a decision which could lead to his own disappearance, but there was not a single trace of unease in Puck's tone. His personality had always been naturally optimistic, but, somehow, that didn't seem to be the reason for the lack of concern in his voice. He hadn't the slightest doubt that Emilia will choose him again. Once her contract with Puck is broken, Emilia will be forced to face her past. And he did not imagine for a second that Emilia might fail to fully accept that past. Only, after Emilia has overcome her past and is in need of another contract, she will surely choose him again.
In Puck's mind, that was absolute certainty.
He never doubted Emilia's strength, nor did he doubt everything they'd shared in the time they spent together.
And because of this, he was able to make the choice to sever his connection with her.
Subaru, For an always wavering Subaru, it was a bond so strong and firm that it was dazzling, because it was Puck's deep love and trust in Emilia that has forged his heart of iron. Subaru, and you'll leave the task of comforting the heartbroken Emilia to me? And that was why Subaru's reply was so laced with desperation and resentment.
Receiving those words, Puck softly cleared his throat, and, with a tone that was almost smiling.
Puck, it pains my heart to do this, truly.
But, since I'm entrusting my beloved daughter to you, it's my hope that you two can overcome it together.
Subaru, can I take that as your implicit consent for me and Emilia Tan to be together? Puck, if I annihilate you here and now, I'll have to rethink all sorts of things again. Subaru, why do your comebacks always have to be that scary, you goddamn cat? Blasting back at that overly extreme reply, Subaru let slip the faintest glimpse of a smirk. Puck's deep feelings for Emilia were unfaultable, and the fact that they could have this back and forth in spite of the misgivings between them relaxed Subaru's mind, if only just a little. And then, there was also something that Subaru thought of just now when he heard that the severing of Puck's contract with Emilia would mean distancing him from this place.
Supposing it could work, it would certainly tilt the odds of the bet in his favor.
Subaru, I understand your plan now.
Though I'm still a bit worried about whether it'll really go as planned. I'll put on some feigned ignorance and help you along with your ruse. Puck, I wonder what it feels like to manipulate the girl you love.
Subaru, I'm getting crushed by guilt here, so stop that. And besides, Emilia actually understands all sorts of things deep down.
So when this is all over and done, she'll probably realize she's been tricked.
Puck, if that happens, you and I will both be hated as fellow conspirators. You scared?
Subaru, like hell.
Compared to the don't wash mine with daddy's dirty laundry kind of angsty teenage girl hate, her hate towards me'll be on a totally different level, you know. If her resentment towards Puck could count as a familial issue, her resentment towards Subaru would be far more fatal, although, she'd probably understand if Subaru explained it to her with complete sincerity. Yet, even if Emilia could understand the true motivations behind it, she still wouldn't be happy that her heart had been manipulated.
Surely, he would not be forgiven for that. Subaru, but it's a bit late for that, ha.
After all the unforgivable things I've done and all the times I've made her cry.
How can I say I don't have the resolve to bear that guilt now? Puck, Subaru, I'll accept your terms, Puck. I'll be cleaning up your mess for you.
Tomorrow morning, when Emilia breaks down crying.
She'll be doing it in my arms. Puck, good. In that case, I'll leave it to you.
Though I realize this will be causing you a great deal of trouble down the road. Seeing Subaru accept his proposal, there was almost a sense of shame in Puck's reply. At this, Subaru closed his eyes, and with, now then, he began again. Subaru, are you open to considering a proposal from me as well? Puck, a proposal?
Subaru, yeah, a proposal, don't worry though.
Just like you, I only act with Emilia's best future interests in mind. Thumping his own chest, and taking Puck's silence as his assent, Subaru continued. Subaru, there are still some things I wanna ask, and some things I wanna try depending on the answers. Emilia could wake up at any moment, so let's keep this short. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 94, Abandonment. The first thing she felt upon waking was the loneliness in her empty right hand. Having just awoken, her head was still drowsy from the lack of blood flow.
But, realizing along with her returning consciousness what a selfish sentiment that was, her cheeks flushed red with anger and shame. Instead of sitting up, she shrank into a ball on the bed and rolled the blankets around her. Reflecting on her own shallowness as she lay there, she was already chastising herself first thing in the morning. Selfish, selfish, selfish.
I am so selfish.
The girl who had curled up on the bed, Emilia, muttered, exhaling a long sigh at her wretched state. She opened and closed her hand beneath the sheets, remembering the sensation it held just before falling asleep. His fingers were thick and uneven, and their skins were slightly firmer at the tips, entirely unlike her own, which were slender and frail. Every time she had the opportunity to hold his hand, she thought this. It was the touch of the boy who cared for her, who said those gentle words to her, and who had sat at her bedside holding her hand until she fell asleep, the touch of Subaru's clumsy, delicate hand.
Her first unconscious thought upon waking was of the loss of the touch of that hand.
To feel so much loneliness from the emptiness of her fingers, just how hopeless is she? Always wanting to lean on him, was her nature so eager to pile more burdens on that boy? Had she no regard for the irreparable troubles her own weakness and sins have brought to everyone around her? This was already the 4th day since their arrival in the sanctuary. They arrived on the first day, and Emilia had devoted both yesterday and the day before to the trials deep inside the tomb. For Emilia, who was aiming to win the royal selection and ascend to the throne of Lugnica, acquiring the support of the sanctuary was the indispensable first step. The governor of this land, Roswell, was Emilia's backer, and all the residents here were in circumstances similar to her half-elf self. If she couldn't gain their acceptance even with the conditions so stacked in her favor, what could she possibly expect to do from here on out? Compared to the other candidates of the royal selection, Emilia's disadvantages were undeniable.
Powerless as she is, she would need the help of those around her in order to win. And the trust required to secure that help would have to be earned through her own actions.
Fully understanding her position, what Emilia needed to do and to prove in the sanctuary were clear.
She had no doubts in that regard.
But, what was casting this shadow over her eyes was
Emilia, the trials. The single non-negotiable condition for gaining the sanctuary's residents' approval was to break through the trials. Thanks to the barrier erected by the tomb, none of the sanctuary's residents could venture beyond the surrounding forests.
In order to bring them into the outside world to fight alongside her, she would need to remove that barrier by overcoming the trials.
And it was also a matter of sentiment.
For how could she ask them to support her if she couldn't even do this much for them?
Be it physical or sentimental, everything would be solved by simply passing the trials. And when a matter is this straightforward, there is no room for arguments or excuses.
The problem now was the content of the trial, which was like deadly poison to Emilia.
The unfeeling voice inside the tomb told her to face her past. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would see that world of white.
Instantly, as if being thrown naked into that absolute cold, she'd shiver at the unstoppable chill. Was this dread coursing through her body because she was remembering the cold of that day, or because she still hadn't forgotten her fear from back then, even now? What did Subaru think when he heard her faltering story of her past? The unforgettable past which still binds her in chains of guilt to this day. It was yesterday around noon when she revealed it all to Subaru. The night before that, she made her first attempt on the trial where her heart was soundly beaten. She had been crying in Subaru's arms after he shook her awake, wailing, breaking, until his voice and his gentle strokes on her back managed to calm her. After that, Emilia announced to everyone waiting outside that she had failed her trial.
She could not remember what expression came onto everyone's faces when they heard this. She hadn't the mind to look at their faces one by one. Whether it was gazes of disappointment or disdain, it didn't really matter. She merely put on a strong face, said her good nights, and headed into the residence assigned to her.
And when she realized that she was completely alone, she was swallowed by unendurable terror. Unable to stay shut in like that, she rushed out of the building and was shivering in the night wind when she ran into Subaru walking under the moonlight. Then, when Subaru confessed his resolve and what he would do for her sake, Emilia dismissed him with some idealistic excuses and ran away. Just how stricken must Subaru have been when he heard what she said?
Equally appalled by her own words, Emilia had no idea. She couldn't remember how she got back to her residence after that.
The next time she woke, it was to the sound of Subaru calling her, his face pale as he saw her collapsed on the floor. She told the worried Subaru about the trial, and inevitably, it turned into a conversation about her past. There, she related her past to Subaru without the slightest tampering or fabrication. The way she had been made to witness the crimes she committed, the unforgettable memory and the scar that was peeled open, as if exposing her raw wounds to the wind, she revealed it all to Subaru. At the same time, Emilia also confessed to her selfish motive for participating in the royal selection.
It was not that she wasn't afraid.
As consequence of the mistake she made in her youth, Emilia had made victims of far too many people.
Yet she never paid the price, and even now she was enjoying the time that she alone still possessed.
What's worse, the means she chose for her atonement only wound up dragging even more people into her mess. Being reviled, despised, and shunned all came natural to Emilia. And yet, somehow, she believed with a sense of absolute conviction that Subaru would never abandon her. No matter how wretched her past, or how selfishly she yearned for redemption, Natsuki Subaru would never, ever, abandon her. No matter how badly he is hurt, and even if he cries, Subaru would continue to protect her. Over and over, Emilia had seen this in his actions. This kind, faithful, sentimental youth, who, despite bearing so much, still refuses to cast anything aside, would continue struggling regardless of his wounds. And as long as she remains one of the pieces of baggage he is carrying, no matter how grotesque her nature may be, he will never let her go.
It was, in the truest sense, a cruel and abominable thought.
Even if she shook her head, professing to have never thought this way, it'd be a lie to say that it never crossed her mind, and if some part of her heart hoped for this, it'd be the same as Emilia's entire existence affirming this thought. And so, placing her faith in someone who could never despise her, she confessed to her despicable past.
When all is said and done, that's all it was.
In the end, though Subaru could not hide his shock and dismay, he did not chastise her for her crimes. When she was exhausted by her confession and overcome with drowsiness, his touch as he held her hand was still abounding in thoughtfulness, no different than before. The fact that Subaru did everything just as the repulsive part of herself expected vexed her to no end. Subaru's usually sharp eyes were softened in worry, concerned for her body and mind. His kindness was like sweet poison to Emilia. It melted her heart, her resolve, and laid every ugliness within herself bare.
If only she could leave it all to him and let him help bear the pain whittling at her heart.
If she could say it out loud like some whining child who looks away from every unpleasant thing, Subaru would not hesitate for a second to devote his entirety for her sake.
But that would be unforgivable. Ever since they first met, Emilia has been receiving Subaru's help.
From the stash house in the capital, to the mabeasts threatening the domain, to the gazes in the royal selection hall, to the unknown assailants besieging the village and the mansion, it has been this way. Emilia was always clinging to Subaru's hand. Unable to bear to see him hurt and believing that she doesn't deserve his kindness, she had once cast his hand aside. But even so, Natsuki Subaru never abandoned Emilia. Not only that, when he finally told her his reason for saving her, he said,
"I love you, and so I want to be your strength."
Never once had Emilia received such wholehearted and entirely baseless confession of love. The only people who had ever shown Emilia affection had been the elves she lived with in Elior Forest, and, after her long slumber, the one who became her family, Puck. Being lured out of the forest by Roswell, she was once again reminded of the vicious reality of being a half-elf, and her 2 visits to the capital only deepened that awareness. Accepting Roswell's proposal was partly to fulfill her own objectives, but Emilia had also hoped that she could perhaps change the deep-rooted prejudice against half-elves, if only by a little.
Yet that hope felt so faint and distant that she herself scarcely believed that it was possible.
And so, just how massive an impact must it have been on Emilia when Subaru, that single-minded youth, ignored the fact that she was a half-elf along with all her hopeless defects and told her that he loved her? He wasn't of the same race, nor was it decided at birth that he existed solely to accompany her. He was just someone she had met by chance, grown close to, and, after all they've shared together, came to care for. Just how much of a salvation must this have been for Emilia? And precisely because of this, Emilia mustn't rely on Subaru anymore. Every hardship he bears for Emilia would mean another wound carved into his body.
Not only wounds of the flesh, but of the heart as well.
Subaru wasn't especially strong in body nor mind, Emilia knew this. Even with a heart abounding in resolve and the will to care for those around him, he was no one special at all. He could be wounded by sadness, he'd cry when he's hurt, and if he bled too much he'd die.
He's just that kind of ordinary person.
Emilia didn't want that ordinary youth to bear any more pain on her behalf. If he could just stay with her and support her as she ventures forward, then she'd wish for nothing more. Though it was such a selfish wish that Emilia couldn't help but feel ashamed. If she has him there to support her when her resolve is about to falter, then surely, Emilia can overcome any obstacle without fail. And she herself must be the one to fight those obstacles before her. Emilia, after all, if I don't. If she continues relying on him, leaving everything to him, clinging to him, pushing everything on him, eventually, Subaru will come to think of her as a burden.
Just the thought that that day would come filled her with dread. It was something she didn't want to believe she wanted. Something she knew even if she wanted she could never have and so had given up on wanting. Something she had kept out of her mind, but had always secretly longed for.
And now that she had it, had been given it, and had grasped onto that outstretched hand, Emilia couldn't bear the thought of losing it. Emilia,
Emilia's sins had painted the forest in white and sealed all her friends and family beneath ice and snow.
Emilia herself also fell asleep within that ice and went for nearly 100 years before Puck woke her, all without being aware of her crime. That grave and abhorrent sin was only made worse by the fact that Emilia herself could not remember a single tangible detail about her deed. Everything in between was a blank, and, aside from the knowledge that her act had plunged everyone into white stagnation, she couldn't remember a thing as to why, or what she was thinking.
The witch's daughter, that name felt natural to Emilia.
After Puck woke her from the ice, she spent 7 years in Great Elior Forest. Unable to find or cultivate any food inside the frozen woods, she would walk to the nearby villages outside the forest and rely on them for most of her food.
She could not forget their terrified gazes or how they called her the Witch of the Ice Forest. Witch. That insult suited her.
She had been stuttering about having the resolve necessary to overcome the trials, but even she felt that those words were hollow. Emilia could not even imagine how she might defeat her past. So she merely evaded Subaru's questions with pleasant words and chose to shut herself in her cask of dreams. Assured by the unmistakable touch of Subaru's palm, she fell asleep not long after.
She doubted she dreamed anything back then.
When she woke, Subaru was still in the same posture as before, watching over her as she slept. An unbearable emotion overran her chest as she saw this, and, still holding onto his hand, they stepped out into the sanctuary, to challenge the trial.
The outcome was obvious. She didn't pass her trial.
Subaru and Ram saw her off just outside the tomb.
And with Garfield, Lewis, and the sanctuary's residents' gazes at her back, she walked in. But without a single clue as to what she should do, the trial heartlessly rejected her.
After being tormented, corroded, trampled by her unchangeable past, Emilia was tossed back once more. When she returned to consciousness on the cold, hard floor of the tomb, Emilia noticed that her cheeks were wet.
Even her tears were ridiculous, and how she despised her own shallowness.
Unable to grasp a single clue to overcoming the trials, Emilia left the tomb haggard and frail to be welcomed by the worried Subaru and the others.
Then, just like the night before, she was lulled into sleep in this building, losing consciousness just after tumbling into bed, which she only realized this morning.
Emilia, in the end, there's no progress at all.
I'm so useless.
If she learned anything yesterday, it's that she is a hopeless, spoiled child who is always causing trouble for Subaru and everyone around her, and, even then, still hasn't the slightest hope of getting better.
That's the kind of weak existence she is.
Emilia, Puck. The pendant hanging at her chest, and the green luster of the stone adorning its tip, is the anchor of Emilia's spiritual contract with Puck. Whenever she softly calls his name, he'd answer in his carefree tone, "What is it?"
In accordance to the contract. But it's been almost 2 weeks since he stopped responding.
At first, she thought he was merely in his hibernation period, which he goes into once every few months. There were also times before when Puck would suddenly stop responding, and every time it happened, Emilia would try to endure the loneliness while she waited for him to wake. However, his hibernation periods usually ended after 3 or 4 days, and this is the first time it has been this long. What's more, even if Puck is in his hibernation, if Emilia truly tried to call him, he would interrupt his sleep and answer her.
But now, she couldn't even sense that reaction from the distant Puck. Could something have happened to him? Did something change during his hibernation that's preventing him from manifesting again? And if that's the case, what should she do?
Even after the long time Emilia had spent with Puck, she still couldn't think of a way to reach him once he has left her like this. Whether it's the trials, Subaru, the settlement of her past, or the missing Puck, Emilia hadn't a single solution to any of these problems. Emilia, I'm so stupid. Faced with this dead end, just when she was about to complain about the absence of the one who should be there for her, she stopped herself.
Because, if she did that, then she would truly be lost beyond saving.
Even though Emilia's opinion of herself was already lower than ever before, she didn't want to think that she could sink even lower than this. Emilia, stop it.
Even if I keep thinking like this, he's not going to show up today. But Puck must have his reasons. And there's been no progress on the trials yet. I need to keep it together.
She lifted her hands and gave her white cheeks a few pats as if to pump some spirit into herself.
Then, looking up, she picked up a comb and ran it through her messy hair. It pained her that she had to do this herself.
That was because this part had always been tasked to Puck, and Emilia never had to take the initiative to look after her own grooming.
Running her hand through her hair, she confirmed that the knots are gone. She doesn't use mirrors.
And the mirror originally there was already wrapped up in cloth and placed in a corner of the room so that it wouldn't reflect anything. Fiddling with the tips of her hair, Emilia decided that she had succeeded in the bare minimal arrangements.
Then, sweeping with her fingers, she divided her silver hair into tresses.
This was in preparation for her braid. Puck was the one in charge of Emilia's daily hairstyles, and since it was an article of their contract, it was especially important that she obeyed it. That was why, over the 2 weeks since Puck gave her his pick for her hairstyle, Emilia had continued adhering to the last instruction he had given her. And of course, she also continued attending to the other tedious and miscellaneous articles like exercising before and after bathing and talking to microspirits daily. After all, if she stopped abiding by those terms, her connection with the missing Puck would be lost, and that terrified her to no end.
Emilia, there.
Dividing her hair down the middle and weaving them into 2 braids had been how she had always done it. But today, she wove it into a single long braid running down her back.
Having kept that part of her contract with Puck for the day, she prayed for the contract's continuance. Confirming the definite connection inside her, she
Emilia, huh? Intending to change her clothes before Ram shows up with a bucket of water, Emilia spilled a small cry. Her amethyst eyes widened in shock as her gaze landed on the pendant at her chest. Just as she checked before, the green crystal was still hanging at the end of the pendant as proof of Puck's existence, except a crack had formed on its surface. Emilia, no, huh?
Wait. What?
Clenching the crystal that had begun cracking of its own accord, Emilia let slip sounds that could not be considered words. Her pupils shook with a violent jolt as she timidly stroked her trembling fingers over the crystal's surface. From her fingertips came the sensation of the crack widening, prompting her to relinquish a small, strangled cry. Emilia, NN, no.
No, don't. Please, wait.
No, Puck, wait.
As much as she shook her head in rejection, it did not stem the crystal's fracture.
She applied all her effort into keeping her hand steady so as not to disturb it further, but her uncontrollable trembling only hastened the crystal's collapse as it began to disintegrate in her hand.
What will happen if the damage spreads to the whole crystal?
Faced with this unprecedented scenario, this never-imagined situation, Emilia's head went perfectly blank.
But there was one thing she did know. And that is,
Emilia, if this keeps going,
Puck will. It would mean the goodbye between Emilia and the being who was like her only family.
Emilia, ..
She raised her head. Looked around. There was no one there. It was early morning, and there were no signs of activity from people who had woken. Even if she screamed, likely no one would hear her.
If she ran outside for help, the shaking would likely instantly spell the end, and so, Emilia did not move. Stifling her voice, stopping her breath, Emilia gazed at the disintegrating crystal in her hand.
She had no solution.
At this point, rather than preventing the impending end, all she could do was frantically try to delay it, all the while being horrified by her decision.
Emilia, A. As the reward for her slothfulness, the crisp sound of the crystal cracking rang out.
In her palms, as her eyes widened in stupefaction, the green crystal lost all semblance of shape. The stones shattered in all directions, the fragments lost their color, and, without any circulation of life, its luster gradually faded. Emilia, Sa.
Why?
Puck, you're just kidding, right? As if clinging to the last strand of hope, Emilia went on calling to her palm in her faltering voice.
But the jewel in her hand, having lost its form, was now nothing more than a pile of turquoise-colored sand.
Never mind a spirit, even its capacity to store the slightest load of mana was gone.
All that was left was green-colored dust, waiting to be cast to the wind.
Anyone could see that Emilia's fleeting hopes were in vain. The only one who did not accept the reality of its futility was Emilia herself. Emilia, no, this can't.
This can't be happening.
After all, Puck.
When we first met, you said, "You'll be my family, and I'll never be alone anymore."
Evoking their agreement, muttering back his promise under her breath, Emilia repeated those words like a small child. But before her pleading appeals, the powdered rock only answered with silence. Emilia, I.R. Presented with that unacceptable reality, as if unable to bear the silence, and with eyes that seemed to be beginning to understand, she turned up to the ceiling with her amethyst gaze wavering and in tears. Emilia, Puck. Daddy, you liar.
Falling to her knees, she hurled the scattered fragments against the wall.
The sound of stone shards striking the wooden surface had sealed Emilia and Puck's overly abrupt parting. Emilia buried her face in her hands while sobs went on seeping from her palms.
No tears flowed out. Weighing on her chest was only a hollow sense of emptiness where something should be.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 95, Sigma.
Ram, Barusu. Have you made any progress with your nefarious plotting? Leaving Emilia after she had cried herself to sleep, Subaru ran into Ram as soon as he exited the building. With his hand still on the door, Subaru squinted his eyes at Ram, who was apparently waiting for him to come out. Subaru, nefarious plotting sounds super disreputable and kinda scary, so could you please cut that out? Ram, two grown men skulking around obviously planning something, what else would you call it? Since Roswell Summer has given his consent, I won't say anything about that merchant doing as he pleases around the sanctuary, but the merchant Ram was talking about was probably Otto, although they were both living inside the sanctuary. Ram, who spent most of her time tending to Roswell, only had very brief interactions with Otto. Waiting for Emilia to come back from the trials must have been some of the only opportunities they've had to talk to each other. As for Otto, he was really only here because Subaru brought him along. So, without having much information in regards to his personality, he was no doubt lacking in credibility as far as Ram was concerned. And even for Subaru, personality aside, Otto's competence as a traveling merchant was still up for debate. Just from his meeting with Roswell, it was obvious that he was more suited for the role of a straight man than a merchant.
Nevertheless, it was true that Roswell had given Otto permission to stay in the sanctuary.
Unable to openly expel him, Ram's opinion of Otto had always been harsh.
Subaru, well, that's something he'll have to work hard towards on his own. I won't try to change your mind about that.
Ram, that doesn't sound like something a friend should say. When he's so intent on helping you, shouldn't you at least make some effort to repay him, Barusu?
Subaru, friend.
Huh. I mean, I won't say anything to contradict that, but does it look like we're friends to you? Ram, when you've abandoned all restraint and are interacting with such familiarity.
Do you mean to suggest that you're not? If that's just how you interact with anyone regardless of your relationship, that's quite a horrifying thought.
Ram hugged her shoulders and made a show of shuddering. At her words and her reaction, Subaru's cheeks slightly softened as he chuckled from the depths of his throat. As if creeped out by Subaru's stifled laugh, Ram backed up a step while still holding her shoulders, putting some distance between them. Ram, now, Barusu, I'll repeat my question. Have you made any progress with your nefarious plotting?
Subaru, well, you
could say it's slowly coming along, but there are still some kinks to work out.
Regardless of the details, her true intentions were obvious.
This was Ram, a card in the hand of Subaru's contracted opponent, Roswell. Although Subaru wasn't sure to what extent he could trust her, chances were, she was carrying out the task of acting as the eyes and ears of the bedridden Roswell.
So it was inevitable that she would take an interest in their movements.
As for the way she was grilling him directly on the matter, that was just the kind of thing Ram would do.
Subaru, and what about you?
You came here for Emilia, right?
You shouldn't be wasting time talking to me.
Ram, since Barusu already came out, you must have made sure that she'd fallen asleep, correct? Falling asleep after so much bawling, she won't wake up anytime soon.
Subaru, that's a pretty harsh opinion.
Ram, it's a frank and objective opinion.
You should keep that in mind for reference.
Tossing out that blunt remark, Ram stared at the side of Subaru's lowered face. Feeling the pressure of her gaze, Subaru pressed back a sigh inside his chest. The termination of Emilia and Puck's contract had happened about 2.5 hours ago. Despite having discussed the matter with Puck beforehand and having prepared himself for the confusion, grief, and shock that would strike Emilia in its wake, when he actually saw her there, the regret he felt was indescribable. As if having lost the only linchpin holding her together, Emilia was half crazed and wailing. Her beautiful silver hair was a mess, her nails had scratched her fair skin, and she was indiscriminately hurling all the objects around her, laying her emotions bare like a child in the middle of a tantrum. It was fortune amidst misfortune that she didn't have the option of using magic in her rampage, both for herself and for those around her.
In any case, knowing what was going to happen, Subaru had been waiting outside, and when he heard her shrieking, he flew in and took her tightly into his arms.
Then, for the 2.5 hours afterwards, he alone tended to her faltering cries, laments, and her frail acts of destruction, until at last he had set her in bed and left. Just when he wanted to ask Ram to help change Emilia's clothes and wipe down her body, he ran into her right outside the door.
Perhaps she was thinking the same thing and had been waiting for him to come out.
When he saw her there with her water bucket and towel, Subaru certainly felt some sense of relief. While Subaru was occupied with such thoughts, Ram quietly whispered, "Ram, Barusu.
Are you really putting your hopes in her?" Subaru.
Ram, just looking at Emilia Summers' state up until last night, it's obvious she doesn't have what it takes to overcome the trials.
And right when it seemed like it couldn't get any worse, this happened.
So the Great Spirit Summer has left Emilia Summers' side? Subaru, so you know that too, huh? Ram, when it's being screamed, repeatedly, so loud that you can clearly hear it from outside the building, even an idiot could figure it out. And if Barusu could figure it out, then Ram could figure it out. Isn't that obvious? Subaru, I'm getting the feeling that I'm being equated to an idiot here, but I can't dispute what you're saying. Emilia's situation has just worsened, there's no getting around that fact. Honestly, Ram's voiced concerns precisely mirrored Subaru's own anxieties. Though he didn't go so far as to swallow Puck's words whole, Subaru did agree to his proposal.
That was the truth.
Puck's claim that his existence was what was stopping Emilia from facing her genuine past, the more than minor changes between the loops and Subaru's misgivings about Roswell's gospel, Beatrice's screams, Emilia's testimonies, and Puck's existence. All of these factors combined led Subaru to accept Puck's proposal, condemning Emilia into that prison of solitude.
The result was that, for the first time in her life, she was truly and unequivocally alone. In order to escape it, what she needed was time and opportunity. Yet she had neither of those things right now.
Her circumstances would not give her any reprieve to sort out her feelings, and the strength to jumpstart the process existed only within herself.
It was up to Emilia to find her way out. Ram understood this, and did not believe that any such change was coming.
Aside from that last part, Subaru agreed with Ram completely.
Subaru, even so, I'm still placing my hopes in her, and I still believe in her.
Ram, that's an optimistic expression. And what are you basing your high hopes on, exactly? Subaru, I've decided to believe in what I feel I should believe in, that's all. And thanks to the friend who's trying so hard to help me and the dragon who's always saving me.
I've come to believe in myself a little more.
Ram, and what does that have to do with believing in Emilia Summer? Subaru, since I've already come to believe in myself, what's so wrong with believing in the one I have a crush on?
I like Emilia, and I want to become her strength.
I like her, partly because she's super pretty and all.
The real reason is something else.
Looking back at Ram's suspicious gaze, Subaru shrugged. The first time Subaru began having feelings for Emilia was when he was first summoned to this parallel world, left hopeless and with nothing to cling to. She was the first person who was kind to him. She saved his life, and over the time he'd spent with her, Subaru came to know the girl named Emilia and began wanting to help her. Part of it was justified as wanting to repay a debt, but, at the time, even Subaru wasn't fully aware of the truth behind it. And then he lost her, and when he passed through return by death and rewound the world, the shared memories of their meeting were gone. But still, Subaru changed the future and saved her from the fate of death. Everything that happened at the mansion, at the capital, and in the battles against the witch cult, all of it had started from the passion of that very first feeling which continued to burn at his back every step of the way.
She saved him in the capital. She saved him in the mansion when he was about to crumble.
And for saving his life and his heart, he had wanted to repay her, but, in his conceit, he only wounded her.
In the time they'd spent apart, a mutual gap developed between them.
But, given the chance to reflect on his actions, he stood up once more. Felling the white whale, defeating Betelgeuse, and fighting on even now, what was it all for? Having realized his deep connection to the witch, having let go of his past and bid his parents farewell, why was he still striving, spurred on by incomprehensible powers even now? Subaru, it's because I love her. Ram,
Subaru, the girl I fell in love with,
is persevering, stubborn, not honest with her feelings at all, and won't admit that she wants to cry even when she does. The kind of girl who wouldn't hesitate to risk her life for someone else's. Ram, you're the one convincing yourself of that, Rusu.
Yes, Emilia Summer has a tendency to put others before herself. But that's just her way of safeguarding her own heart, isn't it? It's a mechanism to protect herself from the contempt of those around her, isn't it? You fell for it through and through, so doesn't it bother you that you're being used?
Subaru, no.
Hearing her lengthy question answered with a single syllable, Ram was left speechless.
Feeling some satisfaction at this rare reaction, Subaru looked back at the building behind him. His thoughts turned to Emilia, presently asleep in her bed. Subaru, I don't mind being used as she pleases. And even if, deep down, she thinks of me as a tool that won't break no matter how much I'm used, I'm fine with that.
Ram, You don't mind being treated as a tool? Subaru, it's not that. It's because as long as she has a use for me, it means she still has the will to keep standing and move forward. And that makes me glad. As long as she still has the strength to lift her head, I will do anything I can to help her, so she can use me however she likes.
Ram, At
Subaru's proclamation, Ram narrowed her eyes in displeasure. It was a rather fresh experience for Subaru to see this from a girl who so seldom showed emotion. To unhesitatingly accept being used as a tool, that's almost like how she herself.
Subaru, and here I thought you of all people would understand. Ram, what makes you think that? Subaru, I just figured, from what I've seen of your attitude and behavior up to now.
You aren't much different yourself. I thought you'd understand when other people feel the same way.
Ram, when you're projecting your own unresolved issues onto other people, you'll think everyone feels the same way you do. Especially when you realize that the other person has resolved the issues you yourself couldn't resolve.
Throwing back that rapid-fire retort, Ram looked away, as if embarrassed by what she had just said.
Then, she let out a small sigh and waved for Subaru to move away from the door. Ram, well, enough.
If you want to be a tool, then be a tool, and do your utmost for your master. Meanwhile, Ram will conduct herself as Ram sees fit. That is Ram's freedom, is it not? Subaru, yeah. You do what you want.
It's just. As Ram passed beside him and put her hand to the door, Subaru called to the back of her head. Ram stopped and turned him a glance, nodding as if prompting him to continue. Subaru, I'm not devoting myself to Emilia without expecting anything in return, you know. Ram. Subaru, there are things that I'm trying to get from Emilia, things that I want, that wouldn't be obtainable without Emilia's help. Earlier, I said I'm fine with her using me, but
I'm definitely planning on using her as well.
It's a bad way of putting it, but interacting with people with motives in mind is inevitable. Ultimately, the future Subaru desired was one which everyone here would reach. In other words, by the time Subaru reached that future, he would have to have used every single one of them to the fullest.
He wanted to be used by Emilia.
Just like how, to reach his perfect future, he would use Emilia, hold her close, and never let go. Ram,
Without a word, Ram turned away and walked into the house. But just before the closing door completely concealed her small figure from behind.
Subaru, things have already diverged from the Gospel's writ.
In this world, Roswell's already free.
No answer came to confirm whether she had heard those final words.
With the sound of the door closing, Subaru was now cut off from everything that was happening inside.
That said, it was highly improbable that Emilia would wake up and get rough with Ram. This was partly because he judged that, having cried herself to sleep, Emilia shouldn't have the energy to do anything of the sort. But more importantly, it was because it would take much longer before her body would be ready to wake up. Subaru, tomorrow's my big day. The day after's a spare. Either way, it's cutting it close. At the end of his time limit, Roswell will bring about the snowfall, and the Great Rabbit will come. It will spell the end of the sanctuary. This loop will end in failure, and, most importantly, Subaru will be bound by his contract. In accordance with his contract with Roswell L. Mathers, Natsuki Subaru will be forced to sacrifice all else to save the one thing most important to him. And, at that thought, Subaru wondered why he only realized it this late. Subaru, fighting for the one future that I couldn't give up on. That's what I'm already doing, isn't it? Subaru's battle inside the sanctuary has now entered its third day. The deadline of his contract with Roswell is on the sixth day. But since by the sixth day the calamities simultaneously threatening the sanctuary and the mansion will be unstoppable, his actual deadline is the night of the fifth day. Which means, tonight included, Emilia has only 3 chances left to challenge the trials. However, the first of those 3 scant opportunities. Subaru, tonight's probably gonna be a bust. After learning of her loss of Puck and crying through the morning, by the time she fainted from exhaustion it was already almost noon.
Her sleep was so deep that she wasn't showing the slightest indication of waking. Even if she could wake up before nightfall, how much more time would she need before she could face the reality that Puck was gone?
The bond she had with Puck wasn't so shallow that it could be processed away in a few hours.
Just when they had no time to spare, a problem like this showed up that could only be solved with time. As pointless as it was to curse the gods' malicious designs, Subaru cursed it anyway.
Subaru, seeing her cry so much from losing you. I'm actually a little jealous, but I still hate you 100 times more, Puck. With the little grey cat briefly popping into his mind, Subaru shook his head and looked forward once more. For now, there was nothing he could do for the sleeping Emilia.
The very best he could try would be to hold her hand.
If it could protect her from her nightmares, then he would gladly do it for as long as necessary. But, just like how Emilia had no time to spare, neither did Subaru.
He hasn't gotten everything in place for the bet yet.
His plan involved several uncertain factors to begin with, and even after assembling all potential resources and bolstering his hand to its absolute limit, his chances would still only stand at 50-50.
Or rather, even that was probably optimistic.
Subaru, and so, I'm banking a lot on this conversation, Lewis-san. ? And I have some high expectations of you too, Subo. The two before me have told me a great deal about you, after all. With the sound of gravel crunching underfoot, a small figure, Lewis, appeared at the door of their meeting place. Making a sour face quite unbefitting of her youthful features, she looked around the locale Subaru had selected, and then, although Lewis, choosing this place for our meeting. You can be pretty unkind, Subo. Subaru, I figured it'd be a good choice if we don't want to be interrupted.
If we met in front of the crystal, I might be too distracted to talk.
And no matter how many times I go back there, I don't think I can ever get used to that smell.
He pinched his nose, expressing his disdain for the experimental ground's nose-wrenching stench. Lewis did mention that it was her home, but she most likely also shared his sentiment. Giving a small chuckle at Subaru's words, admitting, "You might be right," Lewis nodded.
Lewis, but I can't say I'm pleased that you chose Garbo's secret base as the substitute.
If you wanted somewhere secret, there should have been plenty of other options.
Subaru, but if it's in the village, we don't know who's gonna be listening in. Garfield and Frederica's childhood house, though. It might be a little mean, but I'm sure you'd be just as troubled as I'd be if someone were to overhear us.
Lewis, no doubt.
Subaru shrugged, seeking her agreement, while Lewis nodded with a slight grin. With this, Lewis stepped into the small, shoddy cabin made out of scraps and dilapidated wood. Subaru, sorry I didn't prepare a comfy sofa beforehand. Despite my profound consideration for the elderly, it pains me that I don't even have a chair to offer you. Lewis, goodness, so you're going to make me stand here and talk? Taking the whip to the elderly, kids today really aren't what they used to be. Subaru, OGH, that line really sounded like an old person just now.
You don't miss a beat on the elderly appeal, ha.
Subaru wryly smiled at the sight of Lewis knocking on her perfectly straight back as if it were creaking all over. Then, Subaru invited her into the center of the small cabin while he crossed his arms and leaned against a wall. Subaru, actually, as far as I'm concerned, just going on gossiping with a cute girl doesn't sound too bad.
Lewis, humbug.
I'm a tad too advanced in the years to be called a girl, don't you think? Subaru, if we're talking about age, my main heroine's quite a bit my senior, too. Her apparent age and mental age don't line up with her real age at all, so I only kinda found out recently. Actual age, 100 years. Apparent age, 18. Mental age, 14. Emilia's genre is so deliciously complicated that Subaru could never get tired of flaunting that fact. At first he thought she's a lowly granny, but turns out she's a granny lowly. Now Subaru could finally understand why Emilia seemed so immature, timid, and idealistic for her appearance yet tended to say such granny-like things. Subaru, and for Emilia's sake too, I want to do everything I can. So, I'll be asking you all kinds of things, Louis Sigma-san.
Lewis, Sig. What?
Subaru, sorry, just something I came up with. It can get kinda confusing if I call all four of you Lewis-san, so I conveniently labeled you Alpha, Beta, Sigma, Theta to keep track.
Lewis.
Hearing Subaru's explanation, Lewis placed her hand to her lips in thought. Subaru furrowed his brows at the reaction that couldn't exactly be called displeased, and, seeing that she wasn't raising any objections, he held up a single finger. Subaru, anyway, I'm glad we finally got a chance to talk. After all, considering your position, Sig.
Today's Lewis-san, I figured you might not have wanted to talk. Lewis, Sigma's fine if you're having trouble.
Seeing how you want to refer to us as individuals, it's only fitting that you call us different things.
Though there's never been a need for that until now.
Subaru, really?
Then I'll happily oblige.
If you want a cuter name, though, I could work something out with the other three as well. Lewis, no, Sigma's fine.
In fact, please just use Sigma.
Lewis revised her answer with a slight change in nuance.
Blinking at that response, Subaru figured that Lewis wasn't interested in continuing with that topic. Now, Lewis continued, changing the subject.
Sigma, I'm pretty sure I already know, but what would you like to talk about, Subo? How much do you know about the circumstances the sanctuary's wrapped up in? Subaru, well, I guess I want to know everything I don't know already. But, for now, I want to know what you saw in the tomb, Sigma-san. I heard from Alpha-san the day before that there were two Lewis-sans who challenged the trials. Sigma-san is one of them, correct?
Sigma, correct. I am one of the two Lewises to have entered the tomb. But that said, I only went in once, and briefly.
It was nothing more than stepping inside to bring Garbo out after he ignored the agreement and went in the tomb.
What Lewis Sigma was relating was just what Subaru had heard from Frederica before.
Hoping to liberate the sanctuary, Garfield entered the tomb, but when he didn't come back, his sister went to ask Lewis for help.
The Lewis Frederica went to must have been Sigma, who was standing before him now. Subaru, it was just stepping inside.
But, you must have seen something after you went in, right?
Like, your past, maybe.
Sigma, -- Subaru, if the tomb totally hates you like it hates Roswell, your body would have been repulsed the moment you went inside. Roswell almost exploded, and Patrash got riddled with wounds when she went in to drag me out. So going in there without qualification must have required just as much resolve as someone challenging the trial. Sigma, it's entirely possible that I was prepared to be wounded when I went in, isn't it? Subaru, that would have made a beautiful story. But then how do you explain the fact that Sigma-san is opposed to liberating the sanctuary?
That doesn't make much sense.
Sigma, -- It was information she had never confessed to. Neither Lewis Sigma or Theta had ever openly expressed opposition to liberating the sanctuary, but Sigma chose to react with silence without denying it.
And, in practice, her silence was equivalent to affirmation. Subaru, you saw your past inside the tomb. And because of that, you've come to abhor the possibility of liberating the sanctuary.
So, what exactly did you see?
Sigma. Subaru, in terms of possibilities.
You saw the circumstances of your birth, maybe?
It could be when you were born from the crystal, or it could even be.
Sigma, Lewis Meyer's past, you mean? Before Subaru could finish, Sigma struck the core of the matter. Wordlessly, Subaru tightened his lips, silently acknowledging the continuation. Going by the name of Lewis Meyer ever since they were born, these four Lewis replicants have taken up the role of the representative of the sanctuary. If there was anything in their past worth regretting, Subaru imagined it would have to be before this life, before they became the Lewises they were now. And he could now see from Sigma's reaction that he wasn't mistaken in this thought. Subaru, if the past you saw was the past of the original Lewis-san inside the crystal, I can imagine why you'd be afraid, Sigma-san. The reason she was sealed inside the crystal must also be the reason behind this, right?
Sigma.
The one who sealed Lewis Meyer inside the crystal was the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Remembering the event of being sealed by the witch should have been more than enough to make Sigma give up on the trials.
But
Sigma, my, Subo, just how much do you know?
Subaru.
Sigma, what happened to the Lewis Meyer inside the crystal is known to only a few select people in the sanctuary. And I highly doubt that any of those who knew would have revealed it to you, Subo.
There was a certain hesitation on the side of Sigma's expression.
Without turning her gaze to the speechless Subaru, Sigma looked up to the ceiling. Sigma, I don't think even Rosbo, or the other Lewis who knows about the tomb,
would have told you.
So just where did you hear this from, Subo? Subaru, Subaru wasn't sure how he should respond.
It was a rather basic question, but far from simple. A tingle ran up the back of his neck as he sensed the shift in the air.
It was the perilous atmosphere that Subaru had experienced many times before, and although the matter wasn't life and death, it was a moment which would determine the outcomes of the fatal reckonings afterwards.
It was a sensation reminiscent of the scene in Crush's mansion, when he asked her for her help in the battle against the white whale.
In other words, the outcome of the exchange this instant will tilt the entire future of the sanctuary. Subaru,
Falling into silence once more, Subaru painstakingly contemplated his response. The answer Sigma requested of him will shape everything that comes after.
Subaru was never good at reading other people's emotions. In fact, he was overwhelmingly ignorant of the subtleties, so it wasn't just turning a few gears in his head, but a mental task requiring setting every brain cell aflame just for him to reach the level of a normal person.
In this case, the answer Subaru chose to give was,
Subaru, I heard it from Ikidona.
In the tomb. Sigma, from the witch summer? Hearing the name of the witch, Sigma's expression slightly tensed. Over the time he'd spent in the sanctuary, Subaru had come to painfully understand the heavy significance of Ikidona's name.
Roswell hated hearing her being referred to as Witch of Greed, while Garfield and Lewis both avoided calling her Ikidona. Ikidona's name was most likely a taboo to them.
And as for whether it was in a good or a bad sense, it would certainly depend on what kind of shock they had experienced in their past.
He was taking a chance on how she would react when he violated the taboo, but Subaru had made his choice. Subaru, well, my qualifications revoked now, but I was qualified to challenge the trials at one point.
So I know a thing or two about what it's like inside the trial.
Same goes for what Ikidona's planning, why she created the sanctuary, and why she made replicants like Sigma-san. Sigma, I did have a feeling you knew too much to have heard it from Rosbo. Subaru, and that's why I know a bit more about some things than you were expecting, Sigma-san. Now that I've told you all I know, I was kinda hoping it would help you decide what to reveal or withhold from me.
Sigma, always the flatterer.
Sigma wryly smiled at Subaru's backpedaling statement. Then, she placed her small palm to her forehead and exhaled a long sigh.
It was the necessary ritual for her to make up her mind.
Sigma, since you already know the witch summer's connection to the sanctuary and about me and Lewis Meyer, it'd probably be strange if I kept hiding it from you. Subaru, so then. Sigma, don't rush.
I understand how you feel, Subo. But it's not that simple.
What you want to ask me is what did Lewis see inside the trial, correct? Subaru was about to confirm with a yes when a subtle sense of awryness led him to hold his words.
Sigma said Lewis rather than I just now.
But just when Subaru furrowed his brows, contemplating her true intentions, Sigma simultaneously muttered, sharp one. Sigma, if the question was about the past I saw in the tomb, my answer would be I don't know. After all, I did not take the trial inside the tomb.
Although I was certainly the one who returned from the tomb. Subaru, and what does that mean? Sigma, it's simple.
Don't you think it's strange, Subo? There should only have been one chance for Lewis to enter the tomb to bring Garbo out. And yet, there were 2 Lewis Meyer replicants who had entered the tomb.
The number of chances and people don't match up at all. Subaru, A.
Only when it was pointed out for him did Subaru realize what an idiot he had been.
Indeed, she was completely right.
There were two Lewises who entered the tomb, yet only one chance to enter. There could only be one explanation to eliminate this contradiction.
Subaru, the Lewis-san who went in, is not the Lewis-san who came out. Sigma, precisely. According to your arrangement, the Lewis who came out would be Lewis Sigma, myself. And the Lewis who went in, that would be Lewis Theta.
The one who saw her past was Lewis Theta, while I merely brought Garbo outside.
As for my stance, rather than being opposed to the sanctuary's liberation, the process of elimination should leave me at neutral.
And so, she looked to the near-dejected Subaru and continued. Sigma, if there is anything I can tell you, it would be what Garbo had been so desperately hiding.
The past that child saw. Or fragments of it, anyway.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 96, Red-Painted Lips.
Subaru, fragments. Of the past Garfield saw.
Sigma, just as it sounds, they are no more than fragments.
It was me who carried him out of the tomb while he muttered, delirious and sobbing.
And so I know the rough outlines. Swallowing his breath, Subaru turned to Sigma. Garfield's past was not what he had expected to talk about with Sigma, but it was nonetheless one of the issues Subaru needed to sort out. Though it was out of order, he had no complaints about getting this information now. Subaru, can you tell me?
What did that goo?
What did Garfield see in his past that made him want to give up on freeing the sanctuary? What could he have seen to have made him so opposed to letting the residents go outside?
Sigma, what that child saw was his mother's farewell.
Subaru, her farewell? Subaru felt something gouge at his chest.
Garfield's parting with his mother, that doesn't sound unrelated to Subaru's own trial at all.
But unlike Subaru, who could look back on his parting with a happy heart, Garfield's probably wasn't so pleasant.
And that must be why he was so obsessively bound to the sanctuary.
Sigma, Subo, do you know about that child's mother? Subaru, I heard a little from Frederica before.
Their mother was an ordinary human, and the half-bloods.
Well, a lot of things happened, and those two were born.
So she left them in the sanctuary. Sigma, heartlessly, she left by herself to find her own happiness. That's the gist of what it was. Filling in the part that Subaru had trouble voicing, a fleeting smile rose on Sigma's face.
Her supplementary information was just what Frederica had told Subaru about her mother, about her turbulent life and the unfortunate series of events that led them here. If he remembered correctly, Frederica and Garfield each took one of their parents' surnames. Frederica took her father's, Baumann, while Garfield took his mother's, Tinsel.
Subaru, but Frederica said their mother left them when they were still very little. Even if he saw his memories from back then, just how vivid could those memories have been?
Sigma, have you forgotten that the trial was created by a Kidona, who holds the Book of Wisdom? Rather than from the vague, unreliable memories that remain, it shapes the world using the person's original memories. It shouldn't have been much different from the scene he saw as a young child.
Subaru. Without any basis to refute her, Subaru pondered about Sigma's words.
Indeed, by drawing from Subaru's memories, Kidona was able to recreate the town and the school from Subaru's original universe, none of which existed in this world. When it comes to having one's deepest memories tapped into, Subaru himself had experienced it firsthand. Subaru, right.
I guess that makes sense. But the problem is,
when Garfield saw the scene of his parting with his mother again, why did it hurt him so much that he broke down crying?
Sigma.
Subaru, it might sound harsh, but she left him when he was still very little, so he spent far more time without his mother than with her. Getting stuck on something that's already long past just doesn't sound like him at. Sigma, Subo, do you really think a wound from being abandoned by your mother as a child could be so shallow?
Pointing out to Subaru what he had trouble understanding, Sigma's words cut like a knife.
Feeling his throat struck by those words, Subaru unwittingly fell silent. And, seeing this, Sigma lowered her grieving gaze. Sigma, of course, his sister Frederica and I were aware of how large a thorn had been lodged into that child's heart, But Garbo might not have been aware of it himself until the past he saw in his trial brought it to the surface. I think his excessive conservatism is precisely because of that. Subaru, but why? So that guy's rejection of liberating the sanctuary and his fears of the outside world are all because of his negative feelings towards his mother.
For choosing the outside world over him?
Sigma, it's more like hatred of the outside world.
Hatred of the world that stole his mother but left him behind.
And as much as he wanted to go after her, the barrier barred the rest of us from coming with him.
Between his mother and the sanctuary's residents, both of which are irreplaceable to him, it was far too cruel a choice.
Subaru, does he maybe hate his mother? The mother who deserted him and went into the outside world alone? For Subaru, who had never been abandoned by his parents, it was a pain he could not understand. No matter how shamelessly he abandoned himself, no matter how worthless he showed them he was, they never once considered giving up on him.
He was saved by that warmth, yet that same warmth tormented him even now. Sigma, well, who could say?
Sigma avoided giving an immediate answer. Her gaze wandered, as if in search of her words, before she spilled a small sigh. Sigma, I've never been able to ask him what he truly felt about his mother.
I was a coward, after all. Every time I wanted to ask.
I thought of that child crying in the tomb, and I just couldn't say the words.
Subaru, Sigma-san.
Sigma, and yet, even after that child learned of his past, he'd still say Garfield Tinsel whenever he was asked for his name.
I think he does this so he doesn't forget. Subaru, doesn't forget.
Giving a nod to Subaru's words, Sigma lovingly looked over the crummy shed that Garfield, with his own hands, had worked so hard to build. Sigma, it's so he doesn't forget the emotion he felt when he saw his past.
Whether it was anger, or grief, I'm not sure even now.
Otto, you look terrible, Natsuki-san.
You know that?
Spotting Subaru in the center of the village, Otto called out with a wry smile. Hearing that unsparing remark, Subaru shrugged his shoulders and looked towards him. Subaru, I could say the same about you.
It's been half a day since I saw you, and you're already covered in mud.
Still tumbling around in woods at your age, aren't you a bit old for that? Otto, it's not like I was trying to get covered in mud. Subaru, don't shout, it's rattling my sleep-deprived brain.
Speaking of sleep deprivation, you've got some circles under your eyes as well. Going frolicking in mud when you should be sleeping.
Could it be that you're struck with the urge to rectify as many regrets as you can in the limited time you have left? Otto, could you stop sticking me with that kind of outdated popular fiction plotline? From Otto's objections, it sounds like this world has had its fad of fictions about terminally ill patients trying to live their last days to the fullest as well.
Just more useless knowledge to add to the collection.
In fact, once this is all over, it might be quite profitable to import all sorts of stories from his original world into this one.
That said, anyway, Subaru continued. Subaru, enough of joking around for now.
So how are things actually going? Otto, I can't deny that it was a lot harder without you there, Natsuki-san.
But still, I think it's safe to call it a success. You can go ahead and praise me now.
Subaru, good job, you're my only hope, go for it. Otto, what's with those uninspired encouragements?
I can feel the air drying up.
Watching Otto flap his arms up and down, Subaru secretly acknowledged his endless gratitude for his help. But since it'd be way too embarrassing to say it out loud, Subaru was determined to take that secret to his grave.
Subaru, well, good to hear those preparations are coming along. By the way, how are things progressing on the other front? Think it'll be usable? Otto, that one is a bit tricky with the limited time frame that we have. There's simply not enough time.
I guess if I cut into my sleeping hours, I might be able to manage it by the day after tomorrow, but… Subaru, you'll cut into your sleeping hours for me?
Your diligence leaves me speechless.
Otto, nha.
Can of worms. Hugging his head, Otto lamented his slip of the tongue.
But, even if Subaru hadn't insisted on it, Otto would probably still have chosen to forsake his sleep in order to make up for the needed time.
It was precisely because of this sincerity that Subaru trusted him as a friend.
Without ever realizing how thankful Subaru actually felt, so then, Otto wiped off his anguished expression and turned to Subaru. Otto, has the stage been set on your end, Natsuki-san? Honestly, considering the trouble with Emilia's summer, I've been wondering if I should be packing my bags and scuttling away in the night. Subaru, I'm confident I can get all the missing pieces together. It's still a bit worrying, though, not knowing what the final picture will look like. Otto, are we going to be all right?
There isn't much time left.
Subaru, if I can't fill in the pieces before the time limit, we'll just have to make up for it with love, courage, and friendship. At least, going from the books I've read, it'll definitely work out somehow. Otto, Natsuki-san. While I did say I was willing to go against the odds, that's assuming there's a fighting chance, but taking on a bet with zero chance of winning isn't just idiotic, it's more like courting death. Otto went on mumbling, but Subaru started walking without paying him much mind.
Reluctantly, Otto followed and matched his steps.
Not too worried about fanning Otto's anxiety, Subaru headed towards the building where Roswell was waiting. While not necessary, he thought he ought to update him on their progress thus far. Having concluded his conversation with Louis Sigma, Subaru had learned fragments of Garfield's past. Even though Sigma had no further information to give him, she did clarify her disinterest in the Sanctuary's liberation, Garfield's rejection of his past, and the fact that she switched with Theta during the chaotic situation in the tomb. According to the replicant's rotation schedule, Theta should show up tomorrow. What Theta saw in the trial must have been the memories of Louis Meyer's interactions with the Kidona, but just what could she have seen to have made her so averse to liberating the Sanctuary? Only by knowing this could he understand the reason for Theta's obstinance. And, once he does, he could finally work to remove the existence that had been feeding Garfield his instructions and get a chance to talk to him without setting off his rage. Despite Garfield's rough and reckless facade, his nature wasn't irrational nor wholly inclined to violence. At least, that was Subaru's impression. If he really was irrational and approved of solving every problem with brute force, he simply had to eliminate everything potentially threatening to the Sanctuary. Without Puck at Emilia's side and with Roswell below his full capacity, no one present had the power to contend with a beastified Garfield. Garfield was now without a doubt the most powerful force within the Sanctuary, and if he chose to bare his fangs and attack, he could have solved everything with violence alone. Yet he didn't do this, precisely because, beneath the surface, his nature was still willing to search for a rational solution. Subaru, basically, we're taking advantage of his softness to plot behind his back. Huh. Almost makes us sound like the bad guys. Otto, I don't have a problem with using anything we can get our hands on, but I agree that we aren't exactly fairy tale protagonists here. Picking up on Subaru's mutters, the self-professed Scoundrel B shrugged to his accomplice. Scoundrel A. Hearing this, Scoundrel A was sincerely gladdened by that sentiment from B. In any case, Garfield was the convergence point of the many problems surrounding the Sanctuary. If they could successfully persuade him, it would be the same as solving the entire B side of their problems. And as for the A side, that would be the trials, and Emilia. Subaru, I'll have to go see her one more time after this. It was already well into the evening, and nighttime lights have lit up across the Sanctuary. The sun had sunken halfway down the western sky, coloring the world in a sunset hue of orange and violet. Night was approaching, and, assuming nothing happens, the time to challenge the trial would soon arrive. But Subaru had yet to hear any report of Emilia waking. Even if she could wake in time for the trials, considering the time she would need in order to sort through her emotions, no doubt the challenge would have to be passed up for tonight. In fact, if worst comes to worst, she might even miss the challenge on Subaru's critical day tomorrow. Even Puck, who served as the trigger of Emilia's collapse, spoke only of the extent of her initial shock, but nothing of how long it would take for her to recover. Subaru, I know it depends on how well I support her after she wakes up, but since I can't know how much damage she's taken, I can't help but feel like I'm just letting it lie. Otto, do you think you'll be able to console her? Or something to that effect? I'm just an outsider,
so I can't really say anything.
Subaru, for the moment, all I know is that she's so confused that she can barely recognize the people around her. It's the first time I've seen her throw a childlike tantrum like this.
If you're asking me if I can do it or not, honestly, I can only try.
Otto, so we're still walking on a tightrope, then? Hearing Subaru's unassuring answer, Otto sighed, but made no move to flee. Realizing that he was making Otto join him in his near-hopeless fight, Subaru genuinely wanted to apologize. Nevertheless, the fact that Otto did not abandon him even now was truly a saving grace for Subaru. Otto, if that's the situation for Emilia Summer, how are things going with Garfield?
Have you acquired the bargaining material to soften him up a bit?
Subaru, I'm pretty sure I got the key piece we need, yeah. The problem is I'll still need some time before I can get him to the negotiation table. How he deals with Garfield will depend on how his conversation goes with Theta tomorrow.
Whatever happens in his talk with Theta, he would have to base his strategy upon that.
As frustrating as it was that his only option would be to repeat whatever information she gives him, for now, there was no choice but to keep walking those tightropes one after the other.
Subaru, we're here. You're going in with me this time.
Subaru said to Otto beside him as they arrived in front of Roswell's residence. Otto made an uncomfortable face at Subaru's words, but Otto, well, all right. I guess there's no reason for me stay outside this time.
If I go in with you.
Or, isn't that the same as declaring war on the Margrave? You sure my head will still be on my body after all this is over?
Subaru, don't worry. If your head goes flying, my head'll go flying or get turned to rabbit food. I'm never gonna let you die alone.
Otto, there's nothing reassuring about that at all. Seeing Subaru shoot him a thumbs up, Otto wailed in reply. And as they went on bantering outside the building's doorway, the door opened from the inside, revealing a maid, casting them a cold stare. Ram, what are you two chattering about so loudly right outside the door so late in the day?
People will come to doubt your master, Roswell Summer's integrity. Conduct yourselves with more dignity.
Subaru, sorry.
But, what are you doing here? You left Emilia by herself?
Apologizing to Ram's scathing criticism, Subaru pointed out the strangeness of her presence. Giving a small sigh, Ram shrugged with feigned bafflement, and Ram, you needn't worry, I'm going back now. Since you were coming to visit, I was called here to help Roswell Summer prepare.
What a nuisance you are, placing this burden on Emilia Summer.
Subaru, did you just spin that around so it's my fault? And what did Roswell need to prepare for, anyway? He can't get out of the bed, so there's not much to be done, right? While Subaru knew that Roswell actually could get out from the bed and was in fact healthy enough to kick Garfield's head to pieces, he was pretending he doesn't know for now. Seeing this, Ram squinted one of her eyes with an annoyed, enough, before walking right through the space between Subaru and Otto. Ram, Roswell Summer is waiting, so hurry inside. Take care not to trouble Roswell Summer by dragging the conversation on for too long. After you're done, promptly come take my place at Emilia's side. Subaru, busy lady.
I'm surprised you're that worried about Roswell, when he's pretty much healthy at this point.
I still hope you could prioritize Emilia a little more. If she finds herself alone when she wakes up, she'll. Ram, the one she should find at her side when she wakes up cannot be Ram. Don't you even understand that much? This time, Ram gave the dumbstruck Subaru a genuine gaze of someone looking at an idiot before walking away. Silently watching her back as she left, Subaru felt Otto give him a light jab with his elbow. Otto, unless you were intentionally trying to make her mad just now, that was a pretty terrible exchange, you know. Subaru, yeah, I know.
I was just wondering what her reaction would be.
Otto, you're rotten through and through, you know that?
Shoving Otto's elbow away, Subaru went in the open door.
Otto followed behind him, and together, they headed to the innermost room in the building.
Lightly knocking on the door.
Subaru, Roswell, it's me.
Can I come in?
Roswell, Oya, you're here.
Do tilde come in, do tilde come in.
The clown's voice from beyond the door, restored to its usual intonation, slightly surprised Subaru as he opened the door. And Subaru, so that's what it was. Seeing Roswell on the bed, Subaru faintly nodded as if understanding something.
That must be the preparation Ram had mentioned.
At the comprehending Subaru's side, Otto made a HGK sound when he saw Roswell's face.
It must be the first time he's seen his face like this, after all.
Roswell, tar tilde king, the time to come report on your pro tilde gress, how commendable. I am rather faux tilde nd of that part abo tilde you. Snickering in his clownish, drawn-out tone with the long absent makeup back on his face, Roswell spread out his arms, welcoming their arrival. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 97, Before the Dawn.
Roswell, make yourselves at home. Whether it be a long conversation or a short conversation, we should get comfortable, no? Closing a single eye, Roswell shot his yellow gaze towards the two standing at the door. Tangled within that viscous gaze, Otto gulped as if drowning in its devilishness. Although the same demonic hand also reached for Subaru, having braced himself beforehand, by taking a single cough he managed to stand his ground without allowing himself to be swallowed. Subaru, you put on your makeup and got all dressed up just for us?
I'm gonna blush. Roswell, don't worry about it.
After all, you were the one who to ld me to put on my makeup arga tilde in. Subaru, right.
I did.
After sealing their contract and bet, that was indeed what Subaru had said to Roswell before leaving the room.
Though he never thought Roswell would actually do it.
Roswell, you see, for me, these cosmetics are like my war paint. In order to advance the world in accordance with the gospel, I must never let down vigilance. That's why I wear this makeup, to constantly remi tilde nd myself of that. Unexpectedly hearing this backstory, Subaru couldn't help but gawk at Roswell's face.
The bewitching eyeliners on that white powdered face.
The red painted lips and the peculiar shape around his left eye.
So all of it had some significance other than screwing with his conversation partner.
Subaru, or, are you just saying that to screw with me? Roswell, you can belly tilde eve me, you know.
We tilde ll, I'll leave it to your imaginations.
Since things have already diverged from the Gospel's writ, I was ready to give up on this world and had stopped putting on my cosmetics.
But now I'm wearing them once more. You can a tilde also interpret that however you lee tilde k.
Listening to Roswell's roundabout words, Subaru gritted his teeth to keep his expression steady. If it was indeed war paint as Roswell suggested, then the reason he put them on once more was clear.
Chances were, it meant that he has regained his motivation and his will to live, even if that was because he was intending to bring this world to an end, and leave everything to the self in the next world, not unlike the hope Subaru himself once harbored.
Roswell, would it have been better for you if I had continued to la tilden wish?
Subaru, not really.
We'll still need your renown,
position, and influence to put Emilia Tan on the throne. It'll be a problem if you suddenly start playing dead.
So I'll be crushing what motivation you have and making you see a different kind of hope before dragging you into our team. Roswell, promising words, feel free to tr tilde Wyatt, if you can. Faced with Subaru's brazen declaration of war, Roswell's lips twisted in delight. Then, keeping up that irritating smile, anyway, Roswell turned to the one standing beside Subaru. Roswell, this one spa tilde sing out next to you.
Must be the Otto Kun previously introduced tilde said to me?
Compared to how lively he was before, he's looking or tilde fully glum, I tilde isn't he? Subaru, he's not so much glum as he's just startled. Just when he was hoping to do some bootlicking, he got to see a creepy clown face waiting for him. It's only natural that he peed himself a little, right? Otto, what are you doing suggesting that someone else peed themselves? And don't make it sound like I came here to shamelessly curry favor.
You're making my impression even worse.
Subaru, your impression is already the worst it can get when you decided to go against him and help me, you know. At least try establishing yourself as a formidable opponent so you might get a higher placing in the popularity polls. Otto, I have precisely no idea what you're talking about. Exchanging their rowdy banter as usual, Subaru could see Otto's tension loosening. And, as if realizing that back and forth was meant to relax him, Otto's face took on a complicated expression. Watching the expressive gazes exchanged between the two, Roswell held a finger to his cheek and gave a meaningful laugh.
Roswell, conveying everything to each other through eyes alone, a great bond you two must have.
And when the relationship between Subaru-kun and I was supposed to have been longer, too.
I'm kind of Alice.
Subaru, stop saying gross stuff.
The number 1 and 2 places in my heart are already sold out.
There's absolutely no gap for you guys to. Especially your ass, to slip into, you ass.
Roswell, unfortunate.
But, do essn't mean. There's no place left for Latrice? Just how do you feel about her? Subaru, .. No single word could have checked Subaru more effectively than that. Having never expected Roswell to bring up Beatrice's name here, Subaru's shock was as if he had just been slapped across the face. Subaru, Beatrice is. Roswell, that child follows her gospel's guidance.
In that sense, you could say that we are rather like me did.
Although, seeing how I am actively pursuing my gospel's writ while she is passively keeping hers, there is a difference in our aches.
Subaru, you're saying if she can get results just by waiting, there's no need to trouble myself? While I agree.
In this case, the order for her to keep waiting is way too much of a curse.
Roswell, that very well YB.
On the instruction of her creator, Echidna, Beatrice had been waiting in the Forbidden Library inside Roswell's mansion for a person that doesn't exist. As a spirit who was given this single purpose from the moment she was born, clinging mindlessly to this order was the only thing that gave her life meaning. In terms of stubbornness, Beatrice is indeed very much like Roswell.
Her pleas to be allowed to die still remained vivid in Subaru's memory. So did her expression at the very end, after all that had transpired in the mansion. That's why.
Subaru, I will undo that curse myself. I'll drag her out of that stinking room and take her and her book and her dress out to dry in the sun.
As for her feelings or whatever, I'll leave that up to her.
Roswell, .. Listening to Subaru's proclamation, Roswell narrowed his eyes, as if looking at something dazzling. Then, he expelled a short sigh and turned his gaze to Otto, who had been waiting to join the conversation. Roswell, we LL then? Seeing how you brought him here, and judging by that exchange between you two, Otto-kun would be the card you've been high-ding? Otto, no, I'm only here to arbitrate between the two sides. I would never have the gall to challenge your intentions, Margrave. Subaru, why are you backpedaling at this point? Just come out and say it.
You're pissed off about his clown makeup, and wanna paint it red and white Kumadori style as soon as he's defeated.
Otto, I don't remember saying that.
And what on earth is a Kumadori?
Sticking Otto with something that he didn't remember saying, Subaru shot him a pointless thumbs up. But, watching Subaru from the side, Roswell closed one of his eyes in thought before turning a meaningful gaze to Otto.
Roswell, my impression
is that Subaru-kun only managed to regain his confidence use of you. I'm Su-re, that must have been a C-GHD to behold. Subaru, I can't exactly deny that, but now that I think about it, story-wise, isn't it kinda weird to recover thanks to a male character's help?
Normally, shouldn't it be the heroine who gets me back on my feet?
Otto, even if you look at me like that, I wouldn't know what to say to you. Subaru dismissed Otto's defiant gaze with a flap of his hand and accepted that there was no helping it. Having been lent the strength to stand up again, it was now Subaru's turn to take his heroine by the hand and pull her to her feet.
At least, that was what his heart had decided to do.
Subaru closed his eyes and opened them once more. And, sensing a change in the sharpness of that gaze, Roswell adjusted his posture on the bed as the atmosphere in the room shifted. Above his sheets, Roswell twined his fingers, with no W then, as his opening salvo.
Roswell, when you're locked away in isolation for the sake of convalescence, you simply must find nothing to do.
I couldn't help but get bored otherwise.
And because of that, I've been keeping my ears very open. Subaru, well, that's a tasteless hobby. Roswell, you may say that, but it looks like you've been making progress with those nefarious plo-ts of yours, how this sanctuary came to be, and what complicated circumstances it's tangled in. Have you gotten a little fatal of it yet?
Subaru, yeah, with all the convoluted details going on, it's really a headache. If you add your problems and Amelia's trials into the mix, getting screwed on all sides would be an understatement. Subaru plainly admitted to the difficulty of his circumstances, but he had already taken his slim chances into consideration. Telling Roswell the same thing he had told Otto, Subaru held up a single finger, indicating the lack of any intention to give up on his situation just yet. Subaru, the deadline for our contract and bet is in 3 days.
I intend to get things moving significantly tomorrow and the day after. So you better not get in the way too much. Roswell, I'm afraid that I'll have to. Fulfilling the gospel is my dearest wish.
I thought I've already told you this many May before. Subaru, within 3 days I'll have Amelia pass the trials and convince Garfield to join me. Strengthening our faction shouldn't be a bad deal for you either. I can guarantee you that my future will be brighter than what relying on your gospel will get you.
Roswell, if it is as you say, perhaps that future has so me merit after all.
As futile as it was at this point, Subaru nevertheless made the attempt to persuade him. Suddenly, Roswell looked down, muttering as if pondering over the future Subaru spoke of. But, when he lifted his head once more, there was no more indecision in his mismatched eyes.
Roswell, yet it isn't certain. That is all the reason I need to reject your proposed future.
If I obey my gospel, my desired future is guaranteed. Even if it means making countless sacrifices to obtain it, what of it? After all, there is only one thing I desire. Subaru, for the one thing most important to you, you would abandon everyone who is watching over you?
Everyone who's helping you. And Ram.
What'll become of them? Roswell, no -w now, that's enough of that, Subaru-kun. What do you think Q-questioning my resolve will achieve at this point?
My answer remains unchanged, as are the tasks you must accomplish.
Subaru, ..
It was the anticipated outcome and rejection. Roswell had no intention of listening to Subaru.
And just as Subaru rejected Roswell's proposal and Ikidona's contract, Roswell already had his optimal solution in mind. Subaru, but you know, I'll never become you, Roswell. Roswell, is that so? That is truly unfortunate, Subaru-kun. Leaning his weight into the pillow at his back, Roswell spilled a quiet sigh. His disappointment must be because of the expectations he had for Subaru. That, once all roads are cut, no doubt Natsuki Subaru would become just like him, fighting with all his life.
Otto, we should return to the topic at hand.
Is that all right with you, Margrave? Otto stepped forward and broke the silence that had descended upon the room.
Roswell turned his yellow gaze to the grey-haired youth and wordlessly assented.
Then, Otto looked back at Subaru, who also nodded. Otto, it seems both sides have agreed on the deadline of 3 days for reshaping the circumstances of the sanctuary. So even if the Margrave intends to influence Natsuki-san, it would amount to nothing more than quietly observing from the sidelines until then, correct?
Roswell, quietly observing.
I don't recall making any promises of Tha-T sort. Otto, and yet, the fact that you haven't burned me to cinders by now is an indication of that intention, right? I assume the head mage of the court of the Kingdom of Lugnica, Margrave Roswell L.
Mathers, would be able to incinerate me in the blink of an eye.
Wouldn't that be the easiest, most straightforward method to foil Natsuki-san's plans while staying within the limitations of the bet? Roswell, ho? Subaru held his breath as he watched Otto build up his measured and fluent logic. Though they never rehearsed this beforehand, his delivery shot fire with every syllable. Even Roswell looked surprised as he read the intention of Otto's words.
Roswell, you are an amusing one. Though I've given you a similar appraisal before. Let me revise it. You are a rare talent, far more amusing than I thought.
Otto, I'm honored, but that was a compliment, right?
Roswell, it is pure and unadulterated praise. A, how splendid.
Standing there at Subaru-kun's side, you proved your argument at the peril of your own life. That I truly an admirable determination, rhyme much to my liking.
Not everyone could have done what you've just done.
Otto, that's.
Thank you.
Though somewhat overwhelmed by Roswell's boldness, Otto nevertheless fearlessly faced him. As Otto himself had said, he was standing in front of a mage who could incinerate him with the snap of a finger. In fact, if Roswell truly wanted to abandon all pretenses and enforce his contract with Subaru, then all he had to do was resort to the treacherous methods Otto had described. And even if he didn't do that, but simply set fire to the sanctuary or prematurely caused the snowfall to lure the great rabbit here, there would be nothing Subaru could do to stop him.
Subaru's bet would certainly be lost.
For Otto, who knew nothing about return by death, he had assumed that Subaru's survival was a necessary condition of the bet, but for Subaru and Roswell, who did know about return by death, Subaru's survival was in fact irrelevant.
As they sealed their contract, that had been Subaru's greatest concern, whether Roswell would burn him to death the moment he turned his back.
So what could it mean, if Roswell would neither resort to violence nor simply watch from the sidelines? Otto, in any case, I'd like your assurance, Margrave,
that regardless of what we plan or do,
you will not take any extreme measures until the 3 days deadline is up.
Roswell, asking me for assurances, how audacious you are.
Otto, I doubt we'd have a chance of winning this bet if we had to constantly watch our backs. And besides, if you're so sure that Natsuki-san will fail and that this bet is as good as won, then not doing anything to interfere shouldn't be a problem, should it? Roswell, Gesturing with his body alongside his words, the corners of Otto's mouth rose as he spoke.
Seeing this, Roswell's gaze sharpened.
Swallowing his breath while watching the negotiations, Subaru could sense that the critical moment had arrived. If Roswell simply accepted Otto's provocation, they will lose.
A heavy, breathtaking silence descended upon the room. However,
Roswell, see. Subaru-kun, you're blessed to have such a wonderful friend. Subaru, yeah, you're right. He's the kind of buddy who'll give me a good beating when I go astray, you know. Answering the grinning Roswell, Subaru's gaze was looking somewhere far away. Then suddenly, he realized it, Roswell probably never had a friend like Otto. When Subaru was about to go down the very same path, it was Otto's punches that brought him back again. Most likely, Roswell had no one around to correct his stubborn and twisted ideas like that.
Subaru, no helping it, then. It's 400 years late, but we'll be doing it now.
Roswell, Subaru, Roswell.
Your attitude earlier, can I take that as your agreement?
Roswell wryly smiled at Subaru's pursuit, then tilted his clownish face.
Roswell, very well, I'll promise.
Either way, I'll need to store up my mana for the snowfall in 3 days. Just so you know, even for someone as powerful as myself, it is a strenuous effort to control the weather.
Even if only temporarily, and in a confi-ned area.
Subaru, so then, you'll spend your time meditating from now on? Just for reference, if you can tell me what annoys you the most when you're meditating, that'll help a lot. Roswell, I'm not in the habit of being so charitable to my enemies. In any case, there is no need for me to do anything, since I know that your plans will not succeed.
No concessions to be had on that one, apparently.
Subaru snorted at those taunting words, while Otto sighed with an exhausted expression.
Nevertheless, they have safely secured their biggest goal in coming here. While they throw everything into the bet, Roswell will not do anything to interfere.
Getting that assurance alone was a triumph. And the fact that Otto's oration proved even more effective than anything they could have planned was huge. Roswell, incidentally, Subaru-kun. Subaru, eh? Roswell, I hear that the Great Spirit Summer has foot Emilia Summer's side?
That change of topic came like a punch from above just when Subaru's mind began to relax.
Straightening his back, Subaru acknowledged Roswell's question with, yeah. Subaru, something happened with Emilia and Puck's contract and their link's been severed. As of right now, Emilia can't be called a spirits arts user anymore. Roswell, I also heard that she's terribly aggrieved. With matters as precarious as they are, for her heart to receive such a wound now, will it really be all right?
Subaru, who knows? At least, tonight's trial has gone out the window.
As for how that'll affect things tomorrow and onwards, we won't know until Emilia wakes up. The truth is, even though Puck had warned him beforehand of how anguished Emilia would be, her sorrow was such that he still couldn't help but want to cover his eyes. With just 2 days remaining, cornering Emilia like this had made his slim chances even slimmer as the gates closed around them. But all Subaru needed was the smallest keyhole in that closed gate for him to pour all his faith and hopes into. Subaru, that said, it really is a headache.
But, one way or another,
Roswell, that's rather intriguing. Interrupting Subaru's words, Roswell wagged his lifted finger left and right. Subaru unwittingly fell silent at this gesture, while Roswell continued, after all.
Roswell, while you do seem troubled about how to get Emilia Summer back on her feet, you don't appear to be at all surprised by the fact the Great Spirit Summer broke his co-tract with Emilia Summer.
Just why would Thar-T be? Subaru,
Roswell's nonchalant question made Subaru instantly lose his words.
Subaru didn't seem surprised because Subaru already knew it was going to happen. If he hadn't discussed it with Puck beforehand, he would probably have been helplessly paralyzed in front of the screaming and wailing Emilia. Although, that wasn't too far from what actually happened.
Roswell, did you
perhaps know about this situation beforehand? The fact that the Great Spirit Summer would leave Emilia Summer's side?
Never mind how you came to let Tilda on of it.
Subaru, even if, hypothetically, I did.
It'd make no sense for you to complain about it. I'm just doing everything I can to win this bet. So even if you...
Roswell, no Tilda, no, that's enough.
That's all I needed to hear. Roswell held up his palm with a satisfied nod.
At this, Subaru stopped mid-sentence, expelling a rueful snort through his nostrils. Roswell, I Tilda in any case. If the Great Spirit Summer has indeed left Emilia Summer's side, Thar-T would present something of a pro-blem for me. Subaru, really?
Considering your objectives, shouldn't this be a turn for the bee? Roswell, not at all.
If the unbearable sight of Emilia Summer breaking could set your heart aflame, that would indeed be suitable for my needs. But if Emilia Summer loses her powers as a spirits arts user, then she cannot be the culprit behind the snowfall upon the Thar-T.
That would be a he-RV blow to me. Subaru, a. Roswell was talking about the Gospel's discrepancy with reality.
In 3 days, the snowfall in Sanctuary will draw the Great Rabbit here. In order to match the content of the rite, Roswell would have to bury the Sanctuary in snow.
But, that means...
Subaru, Roswell, I've been thinking this for a while now. Roswell,
What-T is it?
Subaru, about how this perfect gospel of yours also has its failings. Roswell, The thin smile on Roswell's lips disappeared at Subaru's words. The air dried up and goosebumps rose on Subaru's skin as he felt the warlock's gaze upon him. At his side, Otto shriveled his shoulders, and for a moment, Subaru felt his throat being choked by the pressure.
All the while, the warlock focused his mismatched pupils on Subaru.
Roswell, go on, Subaru-kun.
About these failings of the gospel. Thar-T you mentioned.
Reaching into the pillow at his back, Roswell produced a book with black binding, the Gospel.
Just like the one belonging to Beatrice in the Forbidden Library, its mere appearance burdened the atmosphere with a strange and oppressive heaviness.
Subaru, there's always
been something off about the way you talked about the Gospel's writ. Except I had too much on my plate, so I never really gave it much thought, but now that I had a chance to settle down and think about it, I noticed something.
Roswell, well, let's hear it.
Subaru, the Gospels that the witch cultists have
are incomplete and not very reader-friendly, But leaving that aside for now, there's also a decisive flaw about the gospel that you have. Roswell, Flaw. Roswell's brows twitched as he heard that word. The fact that he nevertheless kept his silence must be because he wished to hear what Subaru had to say.
Roswell's gospel was literally the lifeline feeding his goals. He had no reason not to listen when he hears words like failings and flaw.
Taking a small breath, with his intestines trembling from the pressure clogging his throat, Subaru focused his glare onto Roswell and spoke. Subaru, going by what you said, it sounds like the gospel has described the chains of events that would take place in the sanctuary right up to the end.
You seem to think it's to have me challenge the tomb after Emilia fails, or something along those lines.
To corner Emilia and make sure she fails, you'll bring snowfall upon the sanctuary, luring the great rabbit here. Meanwhile, you push the mansion into an impossible situation to force me to steal my resolve and let go of the useless parts of me.
That sound about right?
Roswell, more or less, T's correct.
And the defect?
Subaru, you didn't know that the snowfall will bring the great rabbit here.
Which means your gospel didn't mention what the result of bringing the snowfall will be.
So if all it says is it will snow and you take it as your creed and move to make it reality, then you're really just the book's puppet.
Roswell, I am aware. Even so, I don't mind.
As long as I follow this book, I will receive the future I desire. As such, why should I hesitate to dance to its heartless and formless words? Calmly, Roswell confirmed Subaru's reasoning.
Subaru's eyes wavered, unsure of what he should say next. But now that his reasoning had been confirmed, it brought a definite sense of reality to the hypothesis in his mind. And if his hypothesis was correct, then... Subaru, we really are both clowns.
Roswell, ho? Roswell narrowed his eyes as the room's atmosphere thickened. Subaru's sensation of his body temperature dropping must be because of the warlock's waves of quiet emotion displacing the mana in the atmosphere. Regardless, even if it meant earing Roswell, addressing the problem of the gospel was necessary,
both to dispel Subaru's doubts, and to cast doubt into Roswell's obstinate heart. Subaru, back to the point.
If the gospel's record states that it will snow, I assume this was originally supposed to be done by Emilia. But since Emilia couldn't, or otherwise wouldn't, you have to cause the snowfall in her place.
In order to follow the gospel's writ. Roswell, you are repeating yourself. Get to the point. Where is its failing and how is it flawed?
Subaru, basically, if Emilia couldn't cause the snowfall, and there wasn't a gospel telling you to cause the snowfall,
it would never snow in the sanctuary. That would be the simple conclusion.
Roswell was only going to cause the snowfall because the gospel said so. So if it was never written in the gospel, or if the gospel never existed, then Roswell would have had no reason to take such an action. It was unclear why Emilia would bring snow to the sanctuary in the first place, but if the gospel was correct, Emilia would have to have some reason or another to cover the sanctuary in snow.
Without knowing what that reason may be, the snowfall itself is pointless. Not to mention that this progression would not exist if the gospel simply never existed.
Subaru, prophecies that wouldn't come true unless prophesied, what kind of prophecy is that? Roswell, Subaru, prophecies are supposed to predict events no matter how unbelievable or seemingly impossible they are. The imperfect ones the witch cultists have get updated as things unfold to match the progression of the world.
But what about your gospel?
The one crowned with the splendid appellation of perfect? Roswell, Subaru, if you have to bend the world just to make sure things match its contents, what's the point? If you're the one who has to make it happen, at the expense of absolutely everything else, how do you know that was what was supposed to happen in the first place?
Smart as you are, you must have noticed it?
Roswell, Subaru, you're just in denial, Roswell. Subaru jabbed out his finger and declared, while being showered by those words, Roswell didn't say a word.
But the pressure encasing the room had disappeared, while Otto, released from its hold, drew quick short breaths to settle the pounding of his heart. Closing both eyes, Roswell sank into thoughtful silence.
Subaru thought he saw a slight twitch in Roswell's red-painted lips, but it may have been wishful thinking in the hopes that his words had swayed him.
However, he would be given no time to confirm this. Roswell, to reach a progression of the world. That presupposes the existence of the prophecy. Of the gospel.
Naturally, one must also presuppose that there is someone who will act in accordance to its writ.
Subaru, yeah. I knew you'd make that kind of rebuttal. So I've prepared a rebuttal to that as well.
In front of Roswell's uncharacteristically faltering speech, Subaru cut him off, having already guessed this reaction beforehand. Closing a single eye, Roswell peered his yellow pupil into Subaru, emitting the same eerie gleam he had poured onto Subaru so many times before, but this may have been the faintest Subaru had ever seen of that gleam. Vaguely noticing this, Subaru continued.
Subaru, show me your gospel. If I can see what sort of entries are written in it, I'll agree with you.
Roswell, G.H.
I'm afraid that is impossible.
The gospel would never reveal its contents to anyone other than its recognized owner.
I am the owner of this gospel.
So even if I showed it to you, you would not be able to comprehend its contents, and there's even the risk of your mind being scorched when the book refuses to recognize you. Subaru, you're getting awfully talkative, Roswell. Is it really so much of a problem for you if I see the book? Seeing Roswell getting stuck for words, Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. Though the white cosmetics kept the color of his face from showing through, Roswell's refusal was so intense that it could even be called an overreaction. This rapid shift in Roswell's attitude told Subaru that he had cornered him even more than he had imagined.
There was something in the Gospel's text that Roswell was hiding, that he couldn't allow anyone else to know.
Was his stubborn adherence to its prophecies originally spurred by that hidden something? If not, then how could someone like Roswell have failed to notice the contradictions within the Gospel? Otto, Natsuki-san, any further would be. Sensing the shift in Roswell's attitude and judging that it was time to drive the point home, Subaru was suddenly stopped by Otto, who had been quietly observing them. Subaru looked back, intending to reject Otto's advice, but when he saw the seriousness of Otto's gaze, he was dissuaded from pushing the matter further. Otto saw something that he, in his passion, had failed to see. And those eyes were clearly telling him that it was time to bring this conversation to an end. Recklessly forcing the issue now would only ruin everything they've gained here.
Subaru, Roswell, there's 3 days left.
Tomorrow, the day after, and the final day.
We'll put an end to everything before then. You just sit tight and think about what I said.
Roswell, you mean I'm spared?
Then we really should thank your friend, Otto-kun.
For forestalling this watershed that would have been unpleasant for you and me both. With his face still devoid of emotion, Roswell hid the gospel behind his back once more. Then, as if to put in his final word as Subaru and Otto turned towards the door with a shrug.
Roswell, I will now begin preparing for my weather manipulation spell. And I will consecrate the gospel's writ into reality. Doing so is my only guiding compass. Subaru, do whatever you want. Go ahead, and stubbornly cling to it if you like.
With his hand on the doorknob, Subaru turned around, taking Roswell into his view. And, when his gaze met the warlock's, Subaru, once all this is over, I'll dip that gospel of yours in ink until it's all soaked and black. And then you'll finally be able to see in front of you with your own damn eyes. Having concluded their conversation with Roswell, though it was hard to say whether it was meaningful or not, Subaru parted with Otto and headed to Amelia's residence. Ram, you're here, Barusu.
Subaru, yeah, I'm here. Sorry for troubling you with this for so long.
Seeing Subaru enter the room, Ram, who had been watching over Amelia, turned him a listless expression. While this kind of lackluster expression was quite usual for her, Subaru thought he caught a glimpse of something darker from the side of her face, though he might be just imagining it. Subaru, we're done talking with Roswell. I'll watch over Amelia now, so you can go. Without delving into the topic, Subaru pulled up a chair next to Ram where he could watch over Amelia. Ram gave Subaru a glance as he sat down beside her, and Ram, it's worrying, wondering whether Barusu will do something filthy to Amelia's summer while she's sleeping. Subaru, I didn't want to think your faith in me is so low that you'd suspect me of doing something inappropriate in this situation, you know.
Ram, but why would I trust you?
You've revolted against Roswell Summer, your master, and raised your banner against him in the confined space of this sanctuary.
Subaru.
It was rather obvious, but it seems Ram knew about the contract between Subaru and Roswell, as well as the details of their bet. After all, this was Ram, Roswell's loyal servant to whom she was willing to devote everything to the very, very end. Even if, to Roswell, she was just a pawn for actualizing the Gospel's writ and the only person he could use without suspicion. Subaru, and, what do you think? Ram,
Ram did not reply to that subjectless question.
She only turned her body towards Subaru, waiting for him to continue, while Subaru sorted through his emotions and chose his words.
Subaru, I'm not sure how much you know about the Gospel's contents.
But, if Roswell makes those contents reality, the sanctuary will be in ruins. We won't know if Garfield or Lewis-san or anyone else will safely. Ram, if you think that's going to persuade me, then you're far too shallow, Barusu.
Sternly cutting him off, Ram reflected Subaru within her pale red eyes, piercing him with her unwavering gaze.
Ram, there is only one precious person occupying the highest place in my heart.
That fact will never waver, nothing could ever sway that position.
So don't expect such words to change my mind.
Subaru.
Ram, besides, Ram's problems are already entrusted elsewhere. While Subaru regretted his poor choice of words, Ram quietly muttered. Subaru looked up as he heard this, intending to ask her what she meant, but Ram stood up before he could. Smoothing out her skirt, Ram took one last look at the sleeping Emilia before turning back to Subaru. Ram, I'll leave Emilia Summer to you.
I will visit again in the morning to wait on her.
Subaru, why yeah. All right.
What did you mean just then?
Ram, well, who knows? Giving the epitome of the I'm not going to answer as her answer, Ram left the room. As much as he wanted to call out to her, Subaru couldn't think of what to say and only watched her as she left. She closed the door behind her, leaving Subaru and Emilia alone in the room. Since Emilia was still asleep in her bed, all that was left for Subaru to do was watch over her in her slumber. It's been some 10 hours since Subaru held the disoriented, wailing Emilia until she practically fainted out of consciousness. The only relief was that Emilia's expression seemed untroubled by nightmares as she slept. If her past hounded her even into her dreams, then her heart would truly lose its final refuge.
The moment she wakes, she would once again be faced with the fact that her bond with Puck had been cut.
Just how much time would she need before she could come to terms with that? Subaru didn't know how much his presence could help to alleviate that pain. And though, without a doubt, he wanted to be her strength, just how much would it amount to?
Emilia, Rue.
Subaru, huh? Submerged in that sea of thought, suddenly, Subaru's consciousness picked up a faint call. Looking over, he saw Emilia's head softly tilting with her open amethyst eyes gazing at him.
She was awake. Subaru, you're up.
Emilia, are you all right? Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, yeah, it's me.
How are you feeling? You've been asleep for. Hold on, I'll bring some water.
Emilia, it's fine. Subaru stood up, intending to rush outside, but Emilia's call stopped him. Startled by the surprising forcefulness of her words, Subaru unwittingly sat back into his chair. Subaru, Emilia? Emilia, it's fine. I'm okay.
Stay here.
Subaru lowered his voice, and Emilia gave her firm reply. The events over the past few days had led Subaru to believe that Emilia would be lightheaded and fragile in the mornings. After waking, her mind would usually need some time to recover, especially after such a prolonged slumber, yet Emilia's amethyst eyes did not give the slightest indication of that fatigue.
Subaru, do you know what happened?
Emilia, MN.
I slept for the whole day today. Even though everybody has been waiting for me, what am I doing? I'm sorry.
Subaru, that's.
No one is going to fault you for that. What I meant was.
Facing the apologizing Emilia, Subaru was at a loss as to whether to bring up Puck.
It should have been the first topic to come to mind as she recovered her bearings after waking. But instead of that, her only concern was for everyone else's sake.
Unless, could it be that the shock was so great that she forgot that her contract with Puck was broken? Emilia, don't worry, Subaru. Subaru, you. Emilia, I haven't
forgotten that Puck is gone. I remember. I'm not going to forget and run away.
Subaru, you won't. Emilia, MN. Emilia gave a small nod, and Subaru realized that Emilia hadn't forgotten that fact. But, in that case, why was Emilia's expression so calm right now? For Subaru, who had seen Emilia's state immediately after she learned that she had lost Puck, seeing her calmness now felt almost surreal. But, while Subaru was having trouble accepting that it was as simple as it seemed. Emilia, I'm sorry, Subaru.
I showed you so much of the unsightly parts of me. You must be really worried.
Subaru, no, you can worry me as much as you want.
I don't mind.
I don't, but.
You're the one why.
Emilia, there were lots
of things I thought about. In the dream.
Emilia quietly interrupted Subaru's tangled words. In front of her downcast eyes, Subaru inadvertently swallowed his breath without looking away.
He saw her long eyelashes quiver as she looked back at him once more.
Emilia, I'll definitely be fine in the morning. I want to believe that, so. Subaru, please. Subaru, MHM.
Emilia, hold my hand.
Can you please stay here until the morning?
If you do, then I'll definitely.
Emilia's white fingertips timidly reached out from under the sheets. Seeing the offered hand, Subaru immediately gripped it in his own, wrapping her delicate, silken fingers firmly in his palms.
Subaru, if that's all you need, then it's no problem at all.
But, Emilia. Emilia, I'm sorry, Subaru.
I know there must be lots of things you want to say and ask about. But. Please, wait for morning.
Because then, I can do my best. Subaru, Emilia, so please, just stay like this until it's morning, Subaru. Faced with Emilia's near-pleading voice, Subaru had nothing more to say. He merely brought his chair closer to the bed and placed her enveloped hand beside her pillow.
Having done so, he nodded to Emilia, who was watching him with her wavering eyes.
Subaru, understood. I will, Emilia. Emilia, MN.
Thank you.
With that short exchange, Emilia's eyes closed once more. Unlike her swooning loss of consciousness that morning, this time, she was falling into restful, self-willed sleep.
When she wakes from it again, just what would he say to her then?
By her own strength, Emilia had conquered the worst of what Subaru had envisioned. Thoroughly relieved by this fact, Subaru watched over Emilia's sleeping visage. Emilia, I trust you. Suddenly hearing Emilia's half-asleep mutter, Subaru let slip a small sigh.
The situation will start moving again come morning. That fateful morning was only hours away.
And Ram, did anything come of the conversation with Barusu? Roswell, a painful tie.
Would be an A-PT description. It seems both him and I had our gains and compromises. Though, I had planned to avoid interfering in the first place. In the dark room, the master and servant conversed, at a distance closer than necessary.
Holding Ram close at his bedside with her head resting on his chest, Roswell reminisced on the conversation earlier. The fact is, it would be no easy task to sway Subaru once he had hardened his resolve. Although it was unclear what Subaru's future would hold, Roswell could clearly sense the iron will at its core. Otto's presence at his side also caused no small problems for Roswell. By objectively grasping the situation and effectively reining in Subaru when he did, Otto perfectly fulfilled his role as balancer by keeping both Subaru and Roswell from going too far. Had Otto not been present, Roswell could very well have twisted Subaru's thinking through persuasion alone.
Roswell, he looked like a spectator who'd never take the stage. but he was singly cunning and capable.
Subaru-kun has found himself a wonderful friend.
Ram, if he's getting in the way, would you like me to do something about it? Roswell, no need. If I was going to make that decision, I should have made it during that conversation. Once I missed that chance, I've lost my excuse anyway. More importantly, how's the task I asked of you?
Closing a single eye, Roswell looked down at Ram through his yellow pupil. In her master's arm and embrace, Ram shook her head, looking up from his chest. Ram, without complications.
I've delivered it as you wished, Roswell Summer.
Roswell, I see.
I'd hoped that the timing would align. What will happen now, I wonder?
Hearing Ram's affirmation, Roswell gave a satisfied nod and patted the girl's head with his palm while Ram accepted it with an expression intoxicated and entranced.
For an instant, Roswell's gaze towards the adoring girl in his arms was almost one of pity.
Roswell, don't think badly of me, Subaru-kun. I did promise not to directly interfere.
I did, but
I should at least be allowed to cause some mischief from the comfort of my bed. K this? Ram, Roswell, now just what will happen? An elated smile crept onto Roswell's lips. Roswell, when he learns that that virtue-loving girl had heard that insidious conversation. Just what will Subaru-kun's face okay like?
The room was dark.
With all the lights extinguished, the room had fallen into darkness and would remain abound in the tracks of dreams and night until the arrival of dawn beyond the window.
The closed door separated this room from the rest of the world, preserving this silent space within.
There, amid the darkness, stood a bed in the center of the room, and on it lay a girl with closed eyes.
When the silence devoid of even the sleeper's breathing, was broken by a sound. Liar. A weak and hazy whisper. An all too minuscule complaint from the lips of the girl on the bed.
Subaru, you liar. Again, the murmur repeated. Clenching her empty hand, left all alone in the room, Emilia denounced the lies of the boy who wasn't there. The arrival of the fateful morning was only a few hours away. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 98, A Bed Devoid of Warmth.
Whenever she closed her eyes, the memories would come back vivid, even now. White. A world of white.
Waking, exhaling puffs of white, young Emilia found herself within a snowscape.
Why? Asked her heart. But no answer came.
There was no memory before this, and her consciousness was hazy.
Getting out of bed, she ran to see the scene outside the window.
Her familiar village amid the lush green forests was now completely covered in the freezing, world-ending white. Since it was the first time Emilia had ever seen snow, she didn't even recognize that this was the phenomenon called snow, but the vivid instincts of cold and fear nevertheless seared the image into her young memory. Still without knowing what was happening, Emilia tensed her cheeks and tightened her throat as she broke into a run. The moment she dashed out of the old house built within the great, hollow tree, her body was cut through by the frigid wind as piercing cold stabbed her soles like knives in her baptism by ice.
The snow immediately grabbed her foot, as she tumbled face first into the ground.
A freezing embrace of white, powdery, crystallized snow. The very first contact with those icy flakes instilled horror into the young Emilia. They were so astoundingly beautiful, yet so horrifyingly cold. Her simple garments were no better than a thin cloth around her body against the frigid chill, and her body began trembling to the core from both cold and terror.
The snow pillaged her body of heat as the white crystals tore away at her heart.
But Emilia, groaning as she swiped away the snow, began running once more.
Falling snowflakes danced endlessly from the sky. Looking up as she panted, flakes of snow stuck to the back of her throat.
She coughed it away as she ran, tears trailing down the sides of her cheeks.
She didn't know why she was crying.
She was scared.
She was afraid. Why was she here alone?
Where did everyone else go? Everyone who was kind to her, who smiled at her, and who would offer her their hand, where did they all go? She tried to remember their faces, but something clogged up her thoughts. The faces of everyone in her mind, their faces, their smiles, were painted over by black shadows as if depriving them of their very existence in her brain. Emilia-HK.
Shaking her head frantically, tears poured down her face as she ran. She mustn't think.
If she thinks about them, the black shadow will consume them. Everyone precious to her will disappear from her mind.
But if she doesn't think about them, she will be all alone.
In a cold, impenetrable world of white, alone, was a terror the young Emilia could not bear. Powerless and ignorant, all young Emilia could do in the world-ending white was struggle. But as if mocking her futile struggles, the falling snow wrapped around her until her tiny body sank into its inevitable, pure white abyss.
There's no one here. There's no one in sight.
Now, she couldn't even, everyone anymore. Emilia, no. Trapped in this white world, her limbs growing numb and unmoving, Emilia fell to the ground crying like a newborn. Her knees sank into the tender snow, and though it should have been cold, she couldn't feel the cold at all. Her skin, so often called white as snow, now burned pure red in the cold of true snow. Just like that, running from everything, Emilia hugged her head as she sank into the snow. Falling snow mercilessly piled upon the little girl as Emilia's small body disappeared into the white. Emilia.
As she closed her eyes, falling into wakeless sleep, a scream tearing through the silence woke her.
Forcing open her long-lashed eyelids, Emilia sprang up. And instantly, her lightweight body was pulled out of the snow and into an embrace. Emilia-A.
You're okay, Emilia? It's okay, everything's okay. Thank goodness. I found you.
She wanted to speak, but her throat, frozen by the absolute cold, only managed to groan. However, understanding Emilia's condition, the person only held the young Emilia in their embrace, their voice trembling with joy at her safety. Emilia, her nose red and sniffling, rubbed her face against the person's short silver hair, trying to communicate her emotion through her entire body. Conveying through action that, just like the boundless love directed towards her, she felt exactly the same in return.
It was the happiness of being held in their arms, speaking with them again.
In the white, despairing snow that made little Emilia wonder if everything was over, there existed that definite warmth here and now. Still hugging Emilia, shivering from both joy and cold, the woman with short silver hair looked around her as her relieved expression tensed and she started to run.
She drew her lips next to Emilia's ear in her arms, exhaling breaths of white.
Emilia, you hear me? I know you're worried, and I know you don't understand, but
everything is all right. One way or another, I'll make it all right. Even if we get separated here, I will never leave you alone.
Emilia couldn't understand those determined words, but just the thought of being separated from the person before her eyes filled her with dread. Her numb fingers grasped the woman's collar, her eyes teared as she frantically shook her head. For the young, ignorant Emilia, appealing to the other's emotion was all she could think to do.
For as long as she did this, Emilia had been loved and adored by all those around her. It had always been this way. So whether it was here, or here on out.
Emilia, No, that won't do, Emilia.
Even if it was fine up to now, you mustn't do this anymore.
You must become a strong, smart, and brave girl.
Unless you do, you won't be able to accept yourself, and you'll inevitably meet a tragic end, and that will make me, my brother, and everyone very, very sad.
Emilia-GH.
She desperately shook her head. Nevertheless, the woman heartlessly disregarded her appeals. Telling her she mustn't do this, she rebuked Emilia's reliance on others.
Emilia couldn't believe it.
Of course it was painful. Even when she was told she couldn't, one way or another, she would always have gotten her way in the end. But why wasn't it working this time?
Why must it start failing now, when she was facing the most painful, difficult, and frightening moment of her life?
If there was a more correct way of doing this, how come no one ever told her about it? She was starting to resent everyone.
Emilia, I'm sorry, Emilia.
I'm so sorry. For never teaching you even a single important thing, for hiding everything from you. For letting you remain an adorable little princess, please forgive me.
Forgive us.
I don't want to forgive, don't want to forgive. 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 Don't want to forgive.
Everyone around you who cherished your smile, and the gentle lies they told.
Please don't hate them. Hate them.
I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Emilia, dash dash.
She hated lies. She detested lies. Lies only lead to sadness.
Lies were the reason everything turned upside down. Lies were what left Emilia alone. And so, she detested lies.
Because she hated lies. Because she hated liars.
Everyone should just, dash dash. Our beloved Emilia.
Someday, you'll.
Emilia, dash dash. Emilia let out a wordless scream.
She didn't want to hear any more.
No matter what she hears, it wouldn't change a thing. The howling gale and Emilia's shriek drowned out the woman's final words from this world. The silver-haired woman looked sadly at Emilia's rejection and her violent struggle in her arms, but, casting all emotions aside, she faced forward once more.
And there, the true end came.
The woman running with Emilia in her arms caught sight of the presence before her and stopped. Prompted by the faint jolt, Emilia looked up, and at the top of her vision, she saw the face of the woman holding her, looking more tense than Emilia had ever seen. In her expression was surprise and sorrow, rage and grief, disgust and awe, and even a tinge of relief. Battering at Emilia's cheeks, the cold, white gale intensified. In a blizzard so strong that even opening her eyes was difficult, overwhelmed by terror, Emilia held her near-frozen ears and screamed. And the morning of the 5th day at the sanctuary, the vital day that will determine whether or not Natsuki Subaru will break through this loop, opened with the worst possible news. Ram, Barusu. Where did Emilia Summer go? Subaru, huh? After washing his face at the pond and wiping down his body with a wet cloth only to see Ram unabashedly appear amidst the throng of half-naked men, Subaru answered her question with a stupid groan. It was slightly after sunrise, around what would have been 8 o'clock in his original world.
Waking up one after another, the men among the residents and refugees gathered around the pond to wash away their sweat from the night.
And then, brazenly barging into the men's washing area, the first thing out of Ram's mouth was the question concerning Emilia's whereabouts. Seeing a woman show up like it was a matter of course, some of the men hurriedly scuttled away in shame, but Subaru had no time to tease them for it. After all, he couldn't understand what she meant at all. Subaru, Emilia.
What are you talking about?
Ram, just what it sounds like. When I went to Emilia Summer's room to wait on her, there was no one there. I thought she might be with you, Barusu. Subaru, no one's there.
How's that possible?
I mean, I made sure to say good morning to her when she woke up before I left.
And I came here after that.
Unable to hide his shock at what Ram had just told him, Subaru thought back to the events of that morning. He had held her hand through the night just as she had asked, and when Emilia woke in the morning and saw him watching over her at her bedside, she gave him a quiet smile. At the time, Subaru thought it was just another uncharacteristically good awakening without her usual drowsiness. Emilia looked down to find her hand still enveloped in his, and softly confirmed her intention to continue their conversation from last night. Emilia, I'd like to talk.
As soon as everything's sorted out in my head.
After Ram helps me get dressed, I'm sure I'll be ready to talk about it. And with this, she drove Subaru out of her room. As impatient as Subaru was, considering Emilia's feelings, it would have been cruel to hurry her.
More importantly, Emilia seemed calm. Pushing her further would only have had the opposite effect.
At least, that was what Subaru had judged, but...
Subaru, with that, I left, thinking you'd take care of the rest.
Ram, so you left the building before I arrived.
Then, I see.
You screwed up, Barusu. Subaru, Subaru had no rebuttal against Ram's icy verdict. The fact is, he did mess up by letting down his guard without waiting for Ram to take over.
But he never thought Emilia, of all people, would do something like this.
Subaru, maybe. She had to use the bathroom, or? Ram, do you think I would be careless enough to come here without checking the perimeters first? Subaru, that's not what I was.
But what else could it be?
Ram, you really don't understand?
Ram relentlessly pursued as Subaru's voice choked up.
Her gaze was cold as usual, but, for just an instant, that coldness seemed to have intensified.
There was the same listlessness in her eyes as when she cast him that glance last night.
Seeing the disappointment and dejection in her eyes, Subaru lowered his gaze.
Subaru, you're saying
Emilia ran away? Ram, what else could it be? Maybe the forces against the liberation of the sanctuary had been waiting for precisely this opportunity when neither of us is at Emilia Summers' side and finally got their chance this morning to make their move.
But is that what you'd rather believe?
Subaru, it's
not impossible.
Ram, if you actually want to cling to that, then you're more hopeless than I thought. Either way, that doesn't change the fact that Emilia Summer is missing.
Regardless of the fact that she has no way of leaving the sanctuary, this is bad.
Though her attitude was harsh, Ram still took care to lower her voice so that no one would overhear them. She too recognized the need to keep Emilia's disappearance under wraps, lest it shines badly on Roswell's reputation. As such, she must have judged this to be a matter to be handled discreetly. Subaru, Emilia. Looking up, Subaru muttered that girl's name under his breath. As Ram pointed out, even if Emilia wanted to abandon everything and run away, there was no way she could leave the sanctuary's barrier as a half-elf. Emilia was still trapped in the sanctuary, and no matter how she tries to run, she couldn't get away. She wasn't so foolish that she'd fail to recognize that. But if she was feeling so cornered that she tried to flee anyway, then…
Subaru, it's all me and Puck's fault.
It was Puck's fault for failing to imagine the extent of the shock Emilia would feel upon losing her bond with him, and it was Subaru's fault for underestimating Emilia's wounds and mistaking her feigned calmness to be genuine. If Emilia really chose to escape, then it would only be the consequence of their compounded failures. Ram, assuming Emilia Summer ran away and is hiding somewhere. Barusu, any ideas?
Subaru, hold on.
Don't just decide that she's run off. I mean, there's nowhere she can go in the sanctuary without someone seeing her. And there aren't many places Emilia could have wandered to. Subaru appealed, flapping his hand to stave off Ram's conclusion. Seeing this, Ram expelled a sigh and slightly nodded. Ram, I admit I might have been over hasty, but what do you suggest?
Since you were here, the men obviously didn't see anything. So we'll have to put our hopes on the off chance that one of the women in the cathedral spotted her?
Subaru, the Alam villagers will say something if they saw Emilia wandering around by herself.
Worst case, one of the residents of the sanctuary might have seen her. We should try them first before jumping to any conclusions.
Even while hurriedly brainstorming ideas, Subaru more or less understood that he was only delaying that conclusion,
and though Ram was listening to his proposals, she was most likely thinking the same thing. Their only point of agreement was that it'd be bad if the news got around that Emilia intentionally went into hiding.
But whether they were concerned for Emilia or for Roswell's sake was another story. Ram, if either of us can find her soon, we might just hang on by the skin of our necks.
But it's best to keep the worst possibility in mind.
You do understand, Barusu? Subaru, really rather not think about it, though. Ram's reminder was also a warning for him not to avert his eyes from the worst-case scenario. If they fail to find Emilia before the trial and her disappearance becomes common knowledge throughout the sanctuary, there would be no recovering from this. And so, they must do everything in their power before that happens.
Subaru, if we ask around and still can't find her.
Ram, then we'll have to exhaust all efforts to search through the forest.
Subaru, that's not gonna be doable in 1 or 2 days. Lifting his head, Subaru looked to the forests surrounding the sanctuary and furrowed his brows.
Although blocked off by the barrier, the sanctuary was still more than wide enough to hide one single person.
If Emilia was hiding in the forest, she wouldn't even necessarily stay in one place. Today, and tomorrow.
There was at most 48 hours remaining before the Beton contract's deadline. Within that time frame, he would have to find Emilia, make her challenge the trials, and have her beat them.
But is that even possible?
Could he, of all people, after pushing Emilia to her limits without noticing the toll it was taking on her heart, really then give her that strength to move forward? Subaru, you seriously overestimated me, Puck. Ram, this would have something to do with the loss of her contract with the Great Spirit Summer, I suppose. Subaru, losing the primary support in her heart couldn't have had nothing to do with it.
But neither of us thought she'd snap like this. There must have been something that pushed her over the limit. Thinking back on Emilia's calmness last night and this morning, that was the only way he could explain it.
Subaru,
Unless something came to mind. He had thoroughly made sure before he acted.
But, hypothetically, if Emilia found out? Natsuki-san. While brooding, the sharp call made Subaru's shoulders jump in surprise. Looking over to the village center, he saw a gray-haired youth, frantically running over with great waves of his arm. It was Otto, who hadn't joined them in the morning bath but stayed behind with the villagers in the cathedral to help out with the breakfast preparations. He reached Subaru, pale-faced and panting with his hands on his knees. Otto, there are several things I need to report. Well, quite a lot more if I go into the details, but
for now, 2 major things. There's good news and bad news.
Subaru, that sounds important, but I have a question first. Did Emilia show up at the cathedral by any chance?
Or was anyone talking about her?
Otto, No, I haven't seen her this morning. I didn't hear anything at the cathedral, either. Otto frowned at the apparently unrelated question that couldn't wait until after the news, while, hearing his obliging answer, both Subaru and Ram's faces darkened. Otto seemed to have sensed their unease, but, judging that his report was more important. Otto, so, good news and bad news.
Which one you want to hear first?
Subaru, kinda hate having them bundled like that.
But, good news I guess? When he hears bad news, he'd need time to think of countermeasures.
With Emilia's disappearance, the situation was already the worst it could possibly get.
He'd rather not get plunged into head-clutching despair by having more bad news piled on top of that. Receiving Subaru's decision, Otto crossed his arms with a nod.
Otto, good news, then.
I finished talking with the refugees as we discussed. They've made their preparations and are ready to leave today any time you want.
I've asked them to stay alert so they can go as soon as you give the order. Subaru, I see. Sorry. I really should have been the one to talk to them and ask this of them. Otto, luckily, they've warmed up to me over the last few days. Considering what we'll be doing together, it's a good thing I had that opportunity.
Anyway, they're ready without any problems.
Otto's voice was confident, but, despite his impressive achievement, his face was far from bright. Chances were, that good news was being overshadowed by whatever problem had arisen. Yielding to Otto's silent gaze, Subaru prompted for the other report. Subaru, so, what's the bad news? Otto, just now, an enraged Garfield came storming into the cathedral, looking for you, Natsuki-san. Subaru, looking for me? Why?
I don't think I pissed him off that much this time. Persuading Garfield was supposed to have been the final confrontation of this loop.
Subaru had taken extra care in his interactions with Garfield, and even after sealing his bet with Roswell, Subaru had avoided talking to Garfield as best as he could. So far it had paid off, and Subaru managed to reach the critical day without facing off against Garfield, but Subaru, ideally, I would have liked to have talked with Louis Theta before dealing with him.
Otto, that's just the thing.
As Subaru muttered about the sequence he had hoped for, Otto raised a single finger. Subaru's eyes widened at this gesture, not knowing what Otto was referring to.
But, seeing the question mark pop up over Subaru's head, Otto's face darkened as he said,
Otto, that Lewis-san had apparently gone missing this morning. Garfield's been searching all over the village, looking desperate. That's why he's looking for you, Natsuki-san.